Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't explain what happened last Tuesday, and I haven't been able to sleep properly since. I've always been skeptical about supernatural stuff, ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them. I'm a nurse at Oak Ridge Memorial, so I deal with life and death every day. I thought I understood the boundary between them. Now I'm not so sure. It was around 2 in the afternoon when I stopped by Oak Ridge Pharmacy to pick up my mom's heart medication. Our town is small enough that you recognize most faces, even if you don't know their names. The pharmacy is connected to a little strip mall with a few shops and a small coffee place. Nothing fancy, just your typical small-town shopping center. I'd just finished my morning shift and was pretty tired. The hospital had been short-staffed again, and I'd been on my feet since 5 in the morning. All I wanted was to grab the meds and head home. But my bladder had other plans. The coffee I'd downed during my shift was making itself known, so I headed to the public restroom near the back of the pharmacy. It was one of those restrooms with 4 stalls, 3 regular ones, and 1 larger handicap stall at the end. When I walked in, I immediately noticed an elderly woman slowly making her way toward the handicap stall. She had thin white hair pinned back in a bun and wore one of those hospital gowns under a light blue cardigan. She was using a walker, one of those standard aluminum ones with the tennis balls on the bottom. The tennis balls were bright orange, which stood out against the dull grey floor tiles. Behind her was a younger woman, maybe in her 30s, wearing scrubs. Not hospital scrubs, but the kind that caretakers from nursing homes usually wear. Navy blue with little cartoon animals on them. She was guiding the elderly woman toward the handicap stall, holding her elbow gently. "Take your time, Mrs. Winters," the caretaker said. "We're in no rush." I remember thinking it was nice to see someone being so patient. The elderly woman moved incredibly slowly, and each step looked painful. The walker made that distinctive scraping sound against the tile floor. I took the middle stall since the first one had an out-of-order sign on it. While I was in there, I heard the handicap stall door close and lock. Then I heard the caretaker's voice again. "I'll be right outside if you need anything, Mrs. Winters." Footsteps, then the bathroom door opened and closed. I assumed the caretaker had left to give Mrs. Winters some privacy. I finished up quickly and went to wash my hands. As I was drying them, another woman walked in, middle-aged, with a Target shopping bag. She took the remaining regular stall. I checked my phone while I waited, thinking I'd make sure Mrs. Winters got out okay before leaving. My mom always says I worry too much about elderly patients, even when I'm off duty. But I can't help it. That's just how I am. 5 minutes passed, then 10. I started to get concerned. The other woman finished up and came out to wash her hands. "Is someone in the handicap stall?" she asked me, glancing toward the closed door. "Yeah, an elderly woman with a walker," I replied. "She's been in there a while. I'm just waiting to make sure she's okay." The woman nodded and dried her hands. "That's nice of you. I've got nowhere to be." She leaned against the counter, and we both waited. After about 15 minutes total, I started to get really worried. What if Mrs. Winters had fallen? What if she'd had a heart attack or a stroke? Working in healthcare, your mind always jumps to the worst possibilities. "Mrs. Winters?" I called out, knocking gently on the stall door. "Are you all right in there?" No response. I knocked louder. "Mrs. Winters? Do you need help?" Still nothing. I looked at the other woman, who seemed concerned now too. "Maybe we should check on her," she suggested. I tried the door, but it was locked from the inside. I got down on my hands and knees to look under the gap. It was gross. But I was worried, and that's when I felt the first real chill. I couldn't see any feet, no walker, nothing. I don't see anyone in there, I said, standing up. That's impossible, the woman replied. We both saw the door closed and it's still locked. I knocked again, harder this time. Mrs. Winters, are you okay? The silence felt heavy, almost like a physical presence pressing against my ears. Maybe we should get someone to open it, I suggested. I work at the hospital. I'm worried she might have collapsed. The woman nodded, and we both left to find help. We found the pharmacy manager, a guy named Ted who I've known for years. I explained the situation, and he grabbed the master key for the bathrooms. When we returned, the stall was still locked. Ted knocked once and announced he was coming in, then used the key to unlock the door. It swung open to reveal nothing. The stall was completely empty. We all stood there staring. The toilet seat was down. There was no sign anyone had been there at all. No walker, no elderly woman, nothing. But I saw her go in, I stammered. We both did. I looked at the other woman for confirmation, and she nodded, her face pale. And her caretaker, the younger woman in the scrubs, she was with her, I added. She said she'd wait outside. Ted frowned. Let me check if anyone's waiting outside. We all went out to the pharmacy area, but there was no sign of the caretaker either. I described both women to the staff at the counter, but none of them remembered seeing anyone matching those descriptions. Are you sure you didn't doze off for a second and dream it? Ted asked. You said you just finished a long shift. No way, I replied firmly, and she saw it too. I pointed to the other woman, who nodded again. They were definitely there, she confirmed. I heard them talking. Ted looked uncomfortable. Well, they're not here now, and we haven't had any reports of missing elderly patients from the hospital or nursing homes. I felt like I was losing my mind. How could a woman and her walker just vanish? The stall had no windows, no other doors. It was physically impossible for her to leave without passing by me. The rest of that day is a blur. I picked up my mum's medication in a daze and drove home, replaying the incident over and over in my head. I even called the hospital to check if they were missing any patients named Mrs. Winters. They weren't. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that empty stall. I kept hearing the scrape of the walker against the tile floor. It didn't make sense. People don't just disappear. The next morning, I drove back to the pharmacy, convinced I must have missed something. I examined the handicap stall thoroughly, checking for hidden panels, secret doors, anything that could explain what happened. There was nothing, just a normal bathroom stall. I asked around the strip mall if anyone knew an elderly woman named Mrs. Winters, or if they'd seen a caretaker in navy blue scrubs with animal patterns. No one had. Out of desperation, I went to the local nursing homes, showing them a sketch I'd drawn of the elderly woman. None of the staff recognized her. It was on my third visit to Sunny Pines Retirement Home that something strange happened. I was showing my sketch to the receptionist when an older nurse walking by stopped dead in her tracks. "Where did you see this woman?" she asked, her voice shaking slightly. I explained about the pharmacy bathroom, leaving out the part about the disappearance because I didn't want to sound crazy. The nurse took me to a quiet corner of the lobby. "That looks exactly like Eleanor Winters," she said quietly. "She was a patient here about 15 years ago." My heart started racing. What happened to her? The nurse hesitated. "She passed away. In that pharmacy bathroom, actually. Had a massive stroke while her caretaker had stepped out. By the time anyone found her, it was too late." I felt like the floor was tilting beneath me. "What did her caretaker look like?" I managed to ask. "Janine was younger, maybe early 20s back then. Always wore those scrubs with the little animals on them. She was devastated about Mrs. Winters. Blamed herself for leaving her alone, even though it wasn't her fault. Janine died about 5 years later in a car accident." I must have looked like I was about to faint because the nurse guided me to a chair. "Are you all right, dear?" she asked. I nodded mechanically. "Do you have a picture of them, Mrs. Winters and Janine?" She thought for a moment. "We might, in our old records. Let me check." 20 minutes later, she returned with a faded staff photo from 15 years ago. And there they were, Mrs. Winters sitting in a chair with her walker in front of her, and behind her, a young woman in navy blue scrubs with little cartoon animals. Janine. They were exactly as I'd seen them. Down to the orange tennis balls on the walker. I left the nursing home in a state of shock. What had I witnessed? Some kind of replay of past events. Ghosts? But that didn't explain how I'd heard them talking, how the stall door had locked from the inside. It's been 5 days, and I still can't make sense of it. I keep going back to that moment, the empty stall, the missing walker. Sometimes I think I can hear the scraping sound of metal against tile in my apartment at night. I've started avoiding that pharmacy completely. I don't know what happened in that bathroom. All I know is that I saw a woman and her walker go into a stall and never come out. And somehow, 15 years after her death, she's still there, trapped in some kind of loop with her caretaker, playing out their last moments together. I've tried to find the other woman who was in the bathroom with me that day, but with no luck. Sometimes I wonder if she was even real, or if she was part of whatever phenomenon I experienced. I've never believed in ghosts or the supernatural before. But how else can you explain a person and a solid metal walker vanishing into thin air in broad daylight? I keep asking myself if there's a rational explanation I'm missing, but I can't think of one. The worst part is, I have to walk past that pharmacy every day on my way to work, and every time I do, I swear I can hear the faint sound of a walker scraping against tile and a gentle voice saying, "Take your time, Mrs. Winters. We're in no rush." Story 2. I've never told anyone about this besides my mom, who didn't believe me, and my therapist, who thinks it was sleep paralysis. But I swear on everything I love that what I experienced was real. It happened 14 years ago when I was 10, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Some things just burn themselves into your memory, you know. I grew up in this old 2-bedroom house with my mum. Dad wasn't in the picture, so Mum and I shared a bedroom to save money. Our room had this old piece of furniture called an almirah. It's like this heavy wooden cabinet with drawers at the bottom and a big storage compartment on top with a door. My mum had inherited it from my grandmother. It was this dark mahogany thing with these ornate carvings that used to freak me out at night, especially the brass handle that looked like a twisted vine. The almirah sat against the wall, right behind our bed's headboard, maybe 2 feet from where I would sleep. On the opposite wall hung this big oval mirror that perfectly reflected the almirah. I'd always hated that mirror because when I'd wake up at night, I could see the almirah's silhouette without even turning my head, just staring straight ahead at the mirror. The day it happened started like any normal Saturday. Mom had errands, and I was at my friend Jessica's house. Jessica's older brother was watching this horror movie in the living room, something about possessed objects coming to life. We weren't supposed to watch it, but we caught this scene where a drawer opened by itself and something crawled out. Jessica thought it was stupid, but it really got to me. I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, Mum and I went to bed around 10. She fell asleep almost immediately. She always did after working double shifts. I remember lying there, listening to her breathing become deeper as I stared at the ceiling. Our old house made all these noises at night, the pipes, the settling wood, the creaking floorboards. Usually I could ignore them, but that night every little sound made me tense up. I must have eventually fallen asleep because I remember suddenly jerking awake. You know that feeling when you wake up and immediately know something's wrong. The room felt different, colder, quieter, too quiet actually. All those normal house sounds had stopped. The digital clock on our nightstand showed 2:17 a.m. The room was mostly dark except for the nightlight in the corner that cast this dim, bluish glow. Mum was still asleep beside me, her back turned to me. I lay perfectly still, my heart already racing, though I didn't know why yet. That's when I heard it. This slow, deliberate creaking sound, not like the random settling noises the house usually made. This was different, more intentional. At first, I thought maybe Mum had gotten up, but I could feel her weight still on the mattress next to me, hear her steady breathing. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't help myself. My eyes drifted to the mirror across from me. In the dim reflection, I could see the Almirah behind our headboard, and the brass handle on its door was turning, slowly, by itself. It wasn't just jiggling or moving slightly, it was making a complete rotation, turning as if someone was on the other side, carefully opening it. I could hear the mechanism inside the lock clicking as the handle completed its turn. I wanted to scream, I wanted to wake my mum, but I couldn't move. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I've had that since then, and this was different. I was fully awake, I could have moved if I wanted to, but something in my brain was screaming at me to stay absolutely still, that any movement would be noticed by whatever was opening the Almirah. The door began to open, just a crack at first. The hinges made this horrible, drawn-out creaking sound that seemed impossibly loud in the silent room. I kept waiting for Mum to wake up, but she didn't stir. The crack widened to about 3 inches, and I swear the darkness inside looked different from normal darkness. It looked thicker somehow, like it could pour out and fill the room. The temperature dropped even more. I could see my breath now, coming in quick, shallow puffs that I tried desperately to control. I was terrified that whatever was inside the Almirah would hear my breathing or my heartbeat, which was pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. The air felt heavy, pressing down on me like I was underwater. It felt like something was watching me, studying me, deciding what to do next. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, hoping it would all be gone when I opened them again. But when I looked back at the mirror, the Almirah door was still open, that slice of unnatural darkness still visible. I started counting in my head, trying to distract myself. I got to 300 before anything changed. Then I heard the creaking again. Through the mirror, I watched as the Almirah door began to close, just as slowly and deliberately as it had opened. The brass handle turned back into its original position with the same measured pace. When it finally closed completely, I heard the lock mechanism click back into place. The room temperature gradually returned to normal. The regular house noises resumed. The ticking of the clock, the distant hum of the refrigerator, the occasional settling sound from the floorboards. I lay there, wide awake, pinching my arm repeatedly to make sure I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't. The pain was sharp and real. I didn't dare move until I saw the first grey light of dawn filtering through our curtains around 6:30. When Mom woke up, I immediately asked her if she'd heard anything strange during the night. She looked at me with concern and said no, asking if I'd had a nightmare. I tried to explain what happened, but even as I was saying it, I could see the disbelief forming on her face. She walked over to the Almirah, opened it easily, and showed me there was nothing inside but her winter clothes and some old photo albums. "See? Nothing to be scared of," she said, ruffling my hair. "You probably just had a bad dream from that movie Jessica's brother was watching." I never told her I hadn't mentioned anything about the movie to her. How did she know about that? I begged her to let me sleep in the living room that night. She reluctantly agreed, thinking it would just be for one night until I got over my nightmare. But I never slept in that bedroom again. I made up excuses. It was too hot. I liked the couch better. I could watch TV if I couldn't sleep. After about 2 weeks, Mom gave up and turned our bedroom into her own space, setting up the pull-out couch in the living room as my permanent bed. We moved out of that house when I was 13, and I've never been so relieved about anything in my life. The Almirah came with us, though. Mom would never part with it. It's in her bedroom at our new place. I refuse to go in there alone. I've tried to rationalize what happened over the years. Maybe it was the house settling in a weird way that made the handle turn. Maybe it was an optical illusion in the mirror combined with the dim light. Maybe it was a waking dream or some kind of hallucination triggered by that stupid horror movie. But deep down, I know what I saw. The handle turned. The door opened and closed on its own. And something was watching me from inside that darkness. The worst part. Sometimes I still wake up around 2 a.m. No matter where I am or how safe I feel. And for a split second, in that moment between sleep and wakefulness, I swear I can hear that same deliberate creaking sound, like something slowly turning a handle, waiting for me to look. I'm 24 now, living in my own apartment 3 states away from my mom and that Almira. But I still don't have any cabinets or wardrobes in my bedroom. And I definitely don't have any mirrors that would let me see them if I did. Because some things, once seen, can't be unseen, and some nights change you forever. Story 3. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me at Pinewood Valley Camp when I was 12. It's been 15 years, and I've told this story to exactly 3 people in my life. 2 thought I was making it up, and 1 suggested I might have had a really vivid dream. But I know what I saw that night, and it wasn't a dream. It was the summer of 2008, and my parents had signed me up for a 2-week nature camp in Pinewood Valley. I wasn't exactly thrilled about it. I was shy, had trouble making friends, and the thought of being away from home for that long made my stomach twist into knots. I begged them not to make me go, but they insisted it would build character and help me come out of my shell. Classic parent stuff. When we arrived at the camp, I immediately noticed something was off. The lady at the registration desk kept shuffling through papers with a confused look on her face. After a few minutes of this, she sighed and said there had been a booking error. Instead of being placed with the girls I'd met during orientation, the only people I'd actually talked to, I was assigned to cabin 7 with 4 girls I'd never met. My mom gave me a reassuring squeeze on the shoulder before leaving, which did absolutely nothing to calm my nerves. A counselor named Jenny walked me to my cabin, chatting enthusiastically about all the super fun activities planned for the next day. I just nodded along, too anxious to really pay attention. Cabin 7 was at the far end of the campground, slightly separated from the others by a small patch of trees. It was an old wooden structure that creaked with every step you took on its worn floorboards. Those floors were so loud you could hear someone walking from practically anywhere in the cabin. When Jenny opened the door, 4 girls looked up from their unpacking. They introduced themselves as Melissa, Katie, Amber, and Zoe. They seemed nice enough, if a bit standoffish. I could tell they were already friends from previous summers at camp. I was clearly the outsider. I took the empty bed in the corner next to the small bathroom and quietly unpacked my things. The cabin had a simple layout. 5 beds arranged around the perimeter of the main room, a bathroom, and a small closet for storing outdoor gear. There were 2 tiny windows on opposite walls, both barely big enough to stick your head through, let alone your whole body. That first day passed in a blur of awkward introductions and mandatory team-building exercises. I called my mum from the camp office phone and begged her to come get me, but she just told me to give it a chance. By the time we all turned in for the night, I was mentally exhausted. The cabin had a strict lights-out policy at 10 o'clock. Our counselor did a bed check at 10:15, and by 10:30, I could hear the steady breathing of my roommates as they fell asleep. I lay awake much longer, staring at the wooden beams of the ceiling, feeling homesick and out of place. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake in complete darkness. I had no idea what time it was. I didn't have a watch, and my phone was locked in the counselor's office as per camp rules. Something had woken me, though I couldn't pinpoint what. Maybe a noise from outside, or just the unfamiliarity of the bed. I lay still for a moment, trying to orient myself in the darkness. The cabin was eerily quiet. Too quiet, actually. I couldn't hear any of the normal sleeping sounds. No breathing, no shifting of bodies under blankets, no light snoring that I'd noticed earlier from Amber's bed. "Hello," I whispered, immediately feeling stupid. Of course they were asleep. But the silence persisted, heavy and unnatural. A crawling sensation worked its way up my spine as I slowly sat up in bed. My eyes had adjusted enough to make out shapes in the darkness, helped by the faint moonlight filtering through the small windows. And that's when I noticed something impossible. All the other beds were flat. Not just unoccupied, but completely flat, as if no one had ever been sleeping in them. The blankets were pulled tight, the pillows undisturbed. There wasn't a single wrinkle or indent to suggest someone had been lying there minutes before. At first, I thought I was still dreaming. I pinched myself hard on the arm, wincing at the sharp pain. Definitely awake. "Melissa," I called out, a little louder this time. "Katie." Nothing. Just the hollow echo of my voice in the empty cabin. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my bare feet connecting with the cold wooden floor. It creaked loudly, that same unmistakable groan that happened whenever anyone walked across it. I made my way to Melissa's bed first, since it was closest to mine. I reached out and touched the blanket, then pressed down on the mattress. It was firm, untouched. I moved to each bed in turn, confirming what my eyes were telling me. They were all empty. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Where had everyone gone, and how had they left without me hearing them? Those floors were so noisy that even a single person tiptoeing across them would have woken me up, let alone 4 people. Maybe they were playing a prank on me. That had to be it, the new girl initiation or something. I felt a flash of anger push through my fear. It wasn't funny. I walked to the bathroom and pushed open the door, flicking on the light switch. Empty. Then I checked the gear closet. Also empty. Standing in the middle of the cabin, I suddenly felt exposed and vulnerable. The silence pressed in on me from all sides. I needed to find someone, a counselor, another camper, anyone. I pulled on my sneakers, not bothering to tie the laces, and grabbed my hoodie from the end of my bed. The door to the cabin felt unusually heavy as I pushed it open, stepping out into the cool night air. The hallway connecting the cabins was dimly lit by safety lights mounted on the walls. Our cabin was at the end of the hallway, with 7 other doors spaced evenly along both sides. The counselors' quarters were at the opposite end, past all the other cabins. I stood for a moment, trying to decide what to do. Should I go straight to the counselor, or check the other cabins first? Maybe my roommates were visiting friends in another room. I opted to try cabin 5 first, where I knew some girls around my age were staying. I walked quietly down the hallway, my untied shoelaces slapping against the floor with each step. When I reached cabin 5, I hesitated before knocking softly on the door. No response. I knocked again, a bit harder this time. I heard shuffling from inside, then the door cracked open. A sleepy-looking girl with braided hair peered out at me. "What?" she whispered irritably. "Sorry," I whispered back. "I'm looking for my roommates from cabin 7. Have you seen them?" She squinted at me. "What are you talking about? It's the middle of the night." "I know, I'm sorry, but they're all gone, and I don't know where they went." She opened the door a bit wider, and I could see past her to the room beyond. Unlike my cabin, this one was clearly occupied. I could make out the shapes of sleeping bodies in the beds, some shifting under blankets at the disturbance. "They're probably in the bathroom or something," she said. "Go back to bed." "No, I checked everywhere. They're gone." Another girl sat up in her bed. "What's going on?" Before I knew it, several girls in the cabin were awake and asking questions. Their voices grew louder, and soon a light flicked on. 5 irritated faces stared at me as I tried to explain what had happened. "Show us," one of them finally said. I think her name was Rebecca. She climbed out of bed and slipped on her shoes. Two other girls decided to come too, while the rest stayed behind. We stepped into the hallway, and I led them back toward cabin 7. And that's when I saw it, or rather, didn't see it. The door to cabin 7 was gone, not open, not ajar, gone. There was only a blank wall where the door should have been. The same wood paneling as the rest of the hallway continued uninterrupted across the space where I knew my cabin door had been just minutes earlier. I stopped so abruptly that Rebecca bumped into me from behind. "What the hell?" I whispered, reaching out to touch the wall. It was solid, real, not an optical illusion or trick of the shadows. "This isn't funny," Rebecca said, clearly annoyed. I'm not trying to be funny," I stammered. "The door was right here. I just came out of it like 5 minutes ago." The three girls exchanged looks. "Cabin 7 is over there," one of them said, pointing to a door on the opposite side of the hallway. "No, that's cabin 8, I insisted. "My cabin was right here." Rebecca sighed dramatically. "Look, it's almost 2 in the morning. If this is some kind of weird prank..." "It's not!" I was starting to panic now. "I swear my cabin was right here and now it's gone, and my roommates are missing and..." Okay, Rebecca interrupted. "Let's just check cabin 8 then, since you're so sure." She marched across the hallway and knocked firmly on the door labeled Cabin 8. Almost immediately, angry voices responded from inside. "Who is it? Do you know what time it is?" "Someone better be dying." Rebecca quickly backed away from the door. "Sorry, wrong cabin," she called through the door, then turned to me with an accusatory glare. "See? People trying to sleep." I was beyond confused now. I turned back to the blank wall, staring at it as if I could will the door to reappear, and then I froze. There it was. The door. Cabin 7, clear as day, exactly where it had been when I left. I blinked hard, then rubbed my eyes. The door remained. "What?" I began, but couldn't finish the thought. Rebecca and the others were already heading back to their cabin, muttering about weird new kids and stupid middle-of-the-night pranks. They didn't even notice that the door had reappeared. I stood alone in the hallway, staring at the door to cabin 7. Had it been there all along? Was I losing my mind? With a trembling hand, I reached for the doorknob and turned it slowly. The door swung open on creaking hinges, revealing the interior of my cabin. And there they were. Melissa, Katie, Amber, and Zoe, all sound asleep in their beds. Not flat, empty beds like I'd seen before, but clearly occupied ones, with lumps under the blankets and heads resting on pillows. I could hear their breathing, see the gentle rise and fall of the covers as they slept. I stepped into the cabin, and the floor creaked loudly beneath my weight. None of them stirred. I moved to Melissa's bed and stared down at her sleeping form. Her dark hair was spread across the pillow, her mouth slightly open as she breathed deeply in sleep. She was real, tangible. I checked each bed in turn, confirming that all 4 girls were there and asleep. It was as if they had never left, but they had. I was certain of it. I had touched their empty beds, felt the untouched blankets, heard the unnatural silence of an empty room. And the door that had vanished completely, leaving only a blank wall in its place, only to reappear minutes later as if nothing had happened. I crawled back, into my bed, pulling the covers up to my chin. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just lay there watching my roommates sleep, waiting for them to disappear again. They didn't. The next morning, I tried to tell my roommates what had happened. They laughed it off, told me I must have had a nightmare. Even the girls from cabin 5 didn't back up my story. They just said I'd woken them up in the middle of the night babbling about missing roommates. I called my parents that afternoon and begged them to pick me up. I was home by dinner time, making up a story about severe homesickness that they readily believed. To this day, I don't know what happened in Pinewood Valley. Was it a vivid hallucination? Some kind of waking dream? Or did I briefly step into a different version of reality, one where my roommates and even the architecture itself could vanish without a trace? I've never gone camping since, and I still can't sleep in a room with the door closed, because sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I wonder if I'll wake up to find it gone again, this time for good. Story 4. I've never been the type to believe in the paranormal. Ghost stories were just entertainment, and I'd roll my eyes whenever someone would talk about seeing shadows or feeling a presence. That changed about 3 months ago. I'm still struggling to process what happened, and I guess writing it down might help me make sense of it all. I live in Willow Creek, this super quiet suburb where nothing ever happens. It's all manicured lawns and neighborhood BBQs. My husband and I bought our house about 2 years ago, a fixer-upper with good bones, but desperately needing updates. The previous owners had installed these huge mirrored closet doors in our bedroom, 4 panels that reflect our bed perfectly. I always thought they made the room look bigger, but now they just creep me out. That night started like any other. I went to bed around 11, scrolling through my phone while my husband Matt finished up some work downstairs. I remember feeling particularly tired. I'd been putting in extra hours at work that week to meet a deadline. I fell asleep almost immediately. What happened next is hard to explain to someone who hasn't experienced it. I woke up, but not in the normal way. It felt like I was conscious, but disconnected from my body. I could see myself lying in bed, but I was also somehow above myself, beside myself. The terminology doesn't exist to properly describe it. I'd later learn this might have been what people call astral projection, but in the moment, I was just terrified and confused. As I hovered there, trying to understand what was happening, I noticed a young woman standing beside my bed. She looked to be in her 20s, wearing what seemed like a nightgown or something similar. The light was dim, just the glow from my bedside clock and the street lamp filtering through the blinds, but I could see enough to tell she was distressed. Her eyes were wide, and she kept glancing toward the foot of my bed. When I followed her gaze, my blood ran cold. There, at the foot of my bed, was what I can only describe as a shadow figure. It wasn't just darkness. It was darker than dark, like a hole cut into reality. The shape was vaguely human, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, with proportions that didn't make sense. And even though it had no visible face, I could feel its malevolence directed at the woman. The most disturbing part wasn't what I saw, but what I felt. This overwhelming sense of dread and hunger emanating from this shadow thing. It wanted something from her, to harm her or consume her somehow. I just knew it. Here's where things get really weird. Instead of freezing up or trying to wake myself, I felt this surge of protective rage. Without thinking, I lunged toward the shadow figure. It felt like I was flying, weightless, moving, not with muscles, but with pure intention. There was no physical sensation of my feet hitting the floor or my arms pushing through air. I was just consciousness moving through space. The shadow thing darted out of my bedroom door and into the hallway. I chased after it, watching it glide down the hallway toward my parents' room. My parents were staying with us that week while their kitchen was being renovated. I remember thinking, no, not them. You stay away from them. Just as I was about to reach it, I felt a violent yank, like someone had tied a rope around my waist and pulled hard. There was this rushing sensation, and suddenly I was back in my body, sitting bolt upright in bed, gasping for air. Matt was still downstairs. I could hear him typing on his laptop. The clock read 12:32. I'd only been asleep for about an hour. I didn't tell Matt when he came to bed. What was I supposed to say? Hey, I just chased a shadow monster down the hallway while having an out-of-body experience. I convinced myself it was just a vivid nightmare and eventually fell back asleep. The next day passed normally. I went to work, came home, made dinner. We watched some show on Netflix that I can't even remember now. Nothing unusual happened, and I'd almost managed to put the previous night out of my mind. That night, I fell asleep around 10. Matt was already in bed beside me, snoring softly. This time, I didn't have the sensation of leaving my body. Instead, I found myself in what seemed like a normal dream. Matt and I were sitting on our couch watching TV. Everything looked exactly like our living room. The slightly worn leather couch, the coffee table with the water ring stain from when we forgot to use coasters, even the specific way the light from the floor lamp hit the wall. We were talking about something mundane, work, I think, when Matt said something that made my skin crawl. They're always watching, you know. They've always been watching. His voice was flat, emotionless. I turned to look at him and immediately knew something was wrong. His eyes were completely black and his face was stiff, like someone wearing a mask. That's when I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. I looked toward our hallway and saw it again, the same shadow figure from the night before, just standing there watching us. This time, I didn't feel scared. I felt angry. I stood up and demanded, "Who are you? What do you want?" The shadow didn't respond. It just stood there for a moment before turning away, as if to leave. Again, that protective instinct took over. I lunged after it, moving with that same weightless feeling. "Don't you dare walk away from me!" I shouted. But before I could reach it, the shadow simply passed through the wall and vanished. I woke up immediately, heart pounding. Matt was still asleep beside me, breathing deeply and evenly. The clock read 3:17. I lay there for hours, afraid to fall back asleep, staring at those damn mirrors and the dark corners of our room. In the morning, I started researching. Shadow people, night terrors, sleep paralysis, astral projection. I went down every rabbit hole I could find. Some descriptions matched parts of my experience, but nothing quite captured the whole thing. Especially the way I reacted. Everything I read said people typically feel paralyzed with fear during these encounters. So why did I chase after these things? It's been 3 months now, and I haven't had another experience like those 2 nights. But something has changed. I'm more sensitive to, I don't know how to describe it, the thinness of reality. Sometimes I'll be going about my day and suddenly feel like I'm being watched. I'll catch movement in reflective surfaces, not just the bedroom mirrors, which I've since covered with sheets, much to Matt's confusion, but in windows, TV screens, even my phone when the screen goes dark. I've started leaving lights on at night. Matt thinks I'm being ridiculous, but he didn't see what I saw. He didn't feel what I felt. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't just the memory of those shadow figures. It's the question of why I chased them. Was it bravery, stupidity, or something else entirely? What would have happened if I'd caught one? Sometimes I wonder if they were trying to show me something. Maybe the woman I saw was trying to warn me. Or maybe these shadow things are always there, just beyond our perception, and for some reason I was briefly able to see them. I've considered talking to someone professional about this, but I'm afraid they'll just tell me it was all in my head. Maybe it was, but it felt so real, more real than anything I've ever experienced. I still sleep in that bedroom, with the 4 mirrored closet doors, though I've covered them with sheets. Matt thinks I'm being dramatic, but he didn't see what I saw. He doesn't understand that sometimes, when I look at those mirrors, even covered as they are, I can sense something watching from the other side. The strangest part is that despite how terrifying those encounters were, there's a part of me that's almost waiting for it to happen again, like I need to know more, like there's something unfinished about the whole experience. I don't know if anyone else has had similar experiences or if I'm just losing my mind. All I know is that I can't look at shadows the same way anymore. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can feel that weightless sensation starting again, like my consciousness is preparing to detach from my body. When that happens, I force myself awake immediately, because as much as part of me wants answers, a bigger part is afraid of what might be waiting on the other side if I let myself go there again. What if next time I'm not the one doing the chasing? Story 5. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my family. Before. It's been weighing on me for years, and I guess I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I grew up in Pinecrest, this tiny town where everyone knows everyone's business. We lived in this old two-story house on Maple Street. Nothing fancy, just your typical suburban home with peeling paint and creaky floorboards. I spent the first 5 years of my life there, and those memories are still vivid, especially the ones with Rosie. Rosie was my best friend when I was little. I can still picture her so clearly. Fiery red hair that seemed to catch the light even when there wasn't much of it. A splash of freckles across her nose and cheeks, and she always wore these old-fashioned clothes, not like antique or anything, just different from what kids my age wore. I remember this blue pinafore dress she'd wear a lot. Looking back now, it's weird that I can remember her face but not other things. I'll get to that. Rosie was with me constantly. I'd wake up and she'd already be there, sitting at the foot of my bed waiting for me to get up so we could play. My mom would call me down for breakfast, and I'd insist on setting a place for Rosie too. My parents humored me, like most do with their kids' imaginary friends. My mom would smile and put out an extra plate and cup, and I'd carefully portion some of my cereal into Rosie's bowl. Of course, it never got eaten, but I was convinced she was enjoying it. We'd spend hours in my room playing with my toys. I had this dollhouse my grandpa built for me, and Rosie and I would create these elaborate stories about the family that lived inside. Sometimes we'd go out to the backyard where there was this old swing set, and I'd swing while chatting with Rosie, who I believed was on the swing next to me. My parents never made a big deal about it. I'd overhear my mom telling my dad, "It's just a phase. Emily's an only child. She's just creating the sister she wishes she had." And for the most part, they let me be. They'd nod along when I'd relay something Rosie said, or ask if Rosie could have a cookie too. The summer I turned 5, my dad got a new job in another town about 2 hours away. It wasn't that far, but it meant moving to a new house. I remember being excited about having a bigger bedroom and a yard with actual grass instead of the patchy dirt we had at the old place. I told Rosie all about it, describing how we'd have so much fun in our new house. The day we moved was chaotic. Boxes everywhere, the moving truck, my parents stressed and snapping at each other. I remember sitting in my empty bedroom, telling Rosie we needed to say goodbye to our special hiding places and secret spots. I promised her she'd love the new house just as much, but Rosie never made it to the new house. The first night there, I waited for her to appear. She didn't. I figured maybe she was having trouble finding the house, so I wasn't too worried. But days passed, then weeks. No Rosie. I'd call out for her, leave spaces for her at the table, and save room on my bed. But it felt empty, different, like I was just going through the motions. I tried to keep including her in things, but it felt forced. It wasn't like she was choosing not to respond. It was like she simply wasn't there anymore. Eventually, I stopped trying. By the time I started kindergarten a few months later, Rosie had faded from my daily thoughts, replaced by real friends and school activities. As I grew older, I occasionally thought about Rosie. I'd remember something funny she said, or a game we played, and I'd smile at my vivid imagination as a child. That's all I thought she was, a product of a lonely kid's mind. Until last year. I was home from college for winter break. I'm studying psychology now, which is probably partly due to my own childhood experiences. One night, my dad and I were up late watching some terrible sci-fi movie on TV. Mom had already gone to bed, and we were just hanging out, making fun of the bad special effects and unrealistic dialogue. During a commercial break, Dad muted the TV and asked me, out of nowhere, "Do you remember that imaginary friend you had when you were little? The redhead?" I was surprised he brought it up. "Rosie, yeah, of course I remember her. Why?" He hesitated, taking a swig of his beer before continuing. "Did I ever tell you about what I used to see in that house?" A chill ran down my spine, though I wasn't sure why. No, what do you mean? Well, I never wanted to scare you or your mom, but... He paused again, like he was deciding whether to continue. I used to see someone in that house, when I was alone. I laughed nervously. Dad, are you messing with me? He shook his head, his expression serious. No, Em, I'm not. I saw her maybe a dozen times over the years we lived there. Always when I was by myself, like when you and your mom would go to the grocery store or to visit Grandma. My stomach tightened. Saw who? A girl, or more accurately, part of a girl. He shifted uncomfortably. She was just the upper half, from the waist up, and she floated. I stared at him, waiting for him to crack a smile or tell me he was joking, but his face remained solemn. She had red hair, he continued. Freckles. She looked like a teenager, maybe 15 or 16. She wore old-fashioned clothes, not pioneer days or anything, but like from the 70s or 80s. My hands felt cold. Did she say anything to you? Dad shook his head. No, she never spoke. She'd just appear in doorways or at the end of the hallway. Sometimes I'd be watching TV and I'd look over and she'd be there, just floating. Then she'd drift away through a wall or just fade out. She seemed friendly enough, kept to herself, never made me feel threatened or anything. Why didn't you ever tell us? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. What was I supposed to say? Hey, honey, by the way, there's half a teenage ghost floating around our house. Your mom would have had us out of there in 5 minutes flat, and honestly, the girl never bothered me. She seemed lonely, more than anything. I was trying to process this information when Dad dropped another bombshell. The weird thing is, I still see her sometimes. What? How? Remember when your Aunt Kathy moved into our old house after we left? Well, I still go over there to help her with maintenance stuff occasionally. The girl's still there. Last time I was fixing Kathy's leaky sink, I looked up and there she was, just watching me work. Kathy's never mentioned seeing anything, so I've kept my mouth shut. I sat there, stunned. My dad isn't the type to make up stories or believe in supernatural stuff. He's practical, logical, a former engineer who needs evidence before believing anything. And here he was, telling me he'd been seeing a ghost for over 15 years. Dad, this isn't funny, I said, still hoping it was some elaborate joke. He looked me directly in the eyes. Emily, I swear to you, I'm being 100% serious. I've never told anyone this before, not even your mother. We sat in silence for a while. The movie came back on, but neither of us was watching anymore. When did she disappear? I finally asked. I mean, when did you stop seeing her in our house? Dad thought for a moment. I don't know that I ever stopped seeing her while we lived there, but I guess the last time would have been right before we moved. Just like Rosie had disappeared when we moved. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay awake, staring at my ceiling, piecing things together. Rosie had red hair and freckles. She wore clothes that I now realize were probably outdated, and she vanished completely when we moved houses, despite being my best friend, who was with me constantly. The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. I couldn't remember if Rosie ever had legs. I couldn't recall her height or her apparent age. She was just Rosie, my friend who was always there, and then suddenly wasn't. By morning, I was convinced my childhood imaginary friend wasn't imaginary at all. She was the ghost my father had seen. For whatever reason, she had formed a connection with me, a little girl who couldn't tell the difference between a living person and a spirit. It's been a year since my dad told me about the floating girl, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've done some research on the history of our old house, but haven't found anything about a teenage girl dying there. Maybe she didn't die in the house. Maybe she just found it, like we did. Part of me wants to go visit Aunt Kathy to see if Rosie would recognize me or appear to me again, but another part is terrified at the prospect What would I say to her after all these years? Hey, sorry I abandoned you. And what if she's changed, no longer the friendly presence who kept a lonely child company? Sometimes I wonder if she specifically sought me out because I could see her when others couldn't. Children are supposed to be more receptive to the paranormal, right? Or maybe she was just drawn to another young girl, even though she was technically much older than me. I've considered asking my dad to take pictures next time he's at Aunt Kathy's house, but what if nothing shows up on camera? Or worse, what if something does? The strangest part is that I'm not scared when I think about Rosie herself. I still feel warmth and friendship when I remember our time together. It's the implications that terrify me, that something I believed was just my imagination was actually real, that the line between reality and fantasy is blurrier than we think. I'm 20 now, studying to become a child psychologist. I wonder how many other imaginary friends aren't imaginary at all. How many children are actually interacting with something beyond our understanding? And should we be concerned, or is it usually harmless like my experience seems to have been? I still haven't told my mom about any of this. I'm not sure she'd believe it, or if she'd be upset with Dad for keeping it from her all these years. For now, it remains our secret. Mine, my dad's, and Rosie's, wherever she is. Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment at college, I'll catch a glimpse of something red in my peripheral vision, or feel like someone's watching me. It's probably just my mind playing tricks on me. My psychology class is making me hyper-aware of my own thoughts and perceptions. But still, sometimes I whisper, "Rosie, is that you?" into the empty air. So far, she hasn't answered. Story 6. I still feel uneasy thinking about this, even though it happened 2 winters ago. I've tried explaining it to friends, but nobody seems to understand how genuinely terrifying it was. I guess you had to be there to really get it. It was a Tuesday evening in January, and my mom, sister Jenna, and I were walking our golden retriever, Max, through our neighborhood in Lakewood. We do this pretty regularly. It's a nice, normal suburban area where nothing strange ever happens. Well, at least that's what I thought until that night. The temperature had dropped way faster than the weather app predicted. It was already dark by 6:30, and the snow had started coming down harder. We were all freezing our butts off, despite being bundled up in heavy coats, gloves, and boots. Max was the only one enjoying himself, diving into snow piles and rolling around like an idiot. "Emma, let's cut through Pinewood Circle," my mum suggested, pointing to the small neighborhood to our right. "It'll save us at least 10 minutes. I nodded, my teeth chattering. My fingers were going numb even inside my gloves. "Yeah, good idea. I can't feel my toes anymore." Pinewood Circle is this little cluster of maybe 20 houses. It's well lit and peaceful, the kind of place where people leave their garage doors open without worrying. We've taken that shortcut dozens of times before. As we turned onto Cedar Lane, the first street in the neighborhood, I noticed something odd down another street to our left. There was this incredibly bright light, like when someone's driving with their high beams on and blinds you. It was so intense that I had to squint and look away. "Wow, that's bright," Jenna said, raising her hand to shield her eyes. "Someone should tell them to turn their brights down." I remember thinking it was weird because the light wasn't moving like a car would. It was just there. But we kept walking, focused on getting home. Max was pulling on his leash, also eager to get back to the warmth. We made it through the neighborhood in about 5 minutes, turning onto the path that connects back to our street. That's when I felt something strange, this weird sensation at the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. I turned around to look behind us, and my stomach dropped. The light. That same blindingly bright light was behind us, maybe 50 feet back. It was moving so slowly that it almost looked like it was floating, and there was absolutely no sound, none. In the snow, you can usually hear everything. Footsteps crunching, cars humming, even the sound of people breathing seems louder. But this thing made zero noise. "Mom," I said, my voice coming out higher than normal. "Mom, there's something following us." She didn't look back right away. "It's probably just someone walking their dog too, Emma." "No, seriously, look." Jenna turned around first, and I saw her face change immediately. "What the hell is that? It's following us." My mom finally looked, and even in the dim streetlight I could see her expression shift from annoyed to concerned. "It's just someone on a bicycle," she said, but her voice was uncertain. "Mom, bikes make noise on snow," I pointed out, "and they don't move that slowly, and they definitely aren't that bright." The three of us stood there for a moment, staring at this light that was steadily, silently moving toward us. It was so bright that I couldn't make out what was behind it, just this piercing white light that seemed to float about 6 feet off the ground. "Let's go," my mum said firmly, suddenly grabbing both of our arms. "Now." We started walking faster, almost jogging, with Max getting excited by our sudden change of pace. Every few seconds I'd glance back, and each time the light was still there, maintaining the same distance, moving at the same unnaturally slow pace. "It's following us," I whispered. "It's actually following us." We reached the end of the connecting path, where it opens up to our street. When I looked back again, the light had stopped at the entrance to the path. It just sat there, not moving forward anymore, but not retreating either, just watching. We hurried home, which was about 3 houses down. As soon as we got inside, we locked the door, and I went straight to the living room window that overlooks the street. "Can you still see it?" Jenna asked, standing behind me. "Yeah," I said, my breath fogging the cold glass. "It's still at the end of the path." From our house, I could see more clearly now. The light emerged from the path onto our street, and I noticed 2 girls walking a small dog on the opposite side. When they spotted the light, they immediately turned and walked in the other direction, fast. That's when I saw what was carrying the light. It wasn't a car or a bike. It was some sort of figure, incredibly tall and hunched over, like its spine was bent at an unnatural angle. The light seemed to be attached to some kind of cart or trolley that this figure was pushing. The whole thing moved with this smooth, gliding motion that didn't match how a person normally walks on snow. The most disturbing part was still the silence. Our street was completely quiet that night. No cars, no wind, nothing. Yet this thing made absolutely no sound. No wheels crunching through snow, no footsteps, nothing. It was like watching a silent film. "I'm calling Dad," my mom said, pulling out her phone. My dad was working late that night. About 20 minutes later, my dad got home, and we told him what happened. He looked concerned, but tried to rationalize it. "Probably just some weird guy collecting cans or something," he said. But I could tell he was unsettled too. We decided to drive around the neighborhood to see if we could spot the figure again. My dad, Mom, and I got in the car while Jenna stayed home with Max. We drove through Pinewood Circle, down every street, and around our own neighborhood. Nothing. The figure with the light had completely vanished. "See? Nothing to worry about," my dad said as we pulled back into our driveway. But his voice didn't sound convinced. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying everything in my mind, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. How did that light appear behind us so quickly? We had only been out of Pinewood Circle for about a minute before I noticed it following us. To have caught up that fast, it would have needed to move much quicker than the slow, floating pace we witnessed. And the silence, that's what still haunts me the most. Everything makes noise in snow. Everything. But this thing moved like a ghost. The next morning, I asked my mom and sister if they wanted to talk about what happened, but they both seemed eager to forget it. "Probably just some homeless person with a cart," my mom said dismissively over breakfast. But I saw her checking the locks on all the doors twice that night. I've tried researching similar experiences online, thinking maybe others in our area had seen something similar. I found nothing specific to our neighborhood, but I did find accounts of strange lights following people in other suburban areas across the country. Some described tall, unnaturally shaped figures. Others mentioned the complete silence. Reading those accounts gave me chills because they matched so perfectly with what we experienced. A few days after the incident, I walked the same route during daylight with my dad. I wanted to see if there was any evidence, tracks in the snow, anything. But there had been fresh snowfall covering whatever might have been there. My dad pointed out that the paths through that neighborhood are connected in ways that would make it easy for someone to take shortcuts and appear to be following someone when they're just taking a parallel route. That explanation made sense logically, but it didn't explain the complete silence or how quickly the figure appeared behind us. It didn't explain why two strangers with their dog immediately turned and walked the other way when they saw it. It's been 2 years, and we still walk Max regularly, but we never take that shortcut through Pinewood Circle after dark anymore. Sometimes when I'm in my room at night and look out toward that neighborhood, I think I can see an unusually bright light in the distance, moving slowly between houses. I always close my blinds when I notice it. I don't know what we encountered that night. Logic tells me it was probably just a person, maybe someone, with some kind of light-up cart for safety in the snow. But my gut tells me it was something else entirely, something that shouldn't have been there, something that chose to follow us. Whatever it was, the memory of that silent, bright light following us through the snow still makes me check over my shoulder when I'm walking alone at night. And I still get that creeping sensation up my spine whenever I see unusually bright lights in the distance. Story 7. I never really believed in any paranormal stuff. Not ghosts, not psychics, and definitely not cursed objects. I was just a normal 17-year-old kid obsessed with history. While other guys my age were playing video games or chasing girls, I was busy collecting World War II memorabilia. My bedroom walls were covered with maps of battle sites, and I had glass cases filled with insignias, medals, and dog tags. My parents thought it was just a phase, but it was more than that for me. I felt connected to these pieces of history in a way I can't really explain. Each item told a story, and I wanted to preserve those stories. My collection wasn't anything spectacular, mostly common items I'd found at flea markets or online. But I was proud of it. Everything changed about 6 months ago when I visited this surplus store about 20 minutes from my house. I'd been there a few times before, but they mostly sold camping gear and modern military surplus. Nothing particularly exciting for a history nerd like me. That day was different, though. I was just browsing around when I spotted it sitting on a dusty shelf in the corner, an authentic US M1 helmet from World War II. I could tell immediately it was the real deal, not one of those reproductions. The olive drab paint was faded and chipped in places, showing the manganese steel underneath. The chin strap was frayed but intact, and the liner was still there, though deteriorated. What really caught my attention was the price tag. $20. That was absurdly cheap for an authentic M1. These things typically go for at least $100. Sometimes much more, depending on condition and if there's any unit markings. I grabbed it immediately and took it to the counter, half expecting them to tell me it was a mistake or that it wasn't for sale. The guy behind the counter was probably in his 60s, with a grey beard and these thick glasses that magnified his eyes. When I handed him the helmet, he gave me this weird look. "You sure you want this one, kid?" he asked. I nodded, already pulling out my wallet. "Yeah, why's it so cheap?" He sighed and turned the helmet over in his hands. "Well, take a look inside." I peered in and immediately noticed two things. First, there was this brownish, crusty material coating parts of the interior. Second, and more disturbing, there was a small hole through the temple area of the helmet, but no exit hole on the other side. "That's dried blood," he said matter-of-factly. "And that's a bullet hole. Whoever was wearing this didn't make it." I felt a chill run down my spine, but my collector's instinct overrode any discomfort. Where'd it come from? Guy who brought it in said he dug it up with a metal detector in the Ardennes. Battle of the Bulge, probably. Been sitting in the ground for decades until someone dug it up. The Battle of the Bulge was Hitler's last major offensive on the Western Front in December 1944. Thousands of American soldiers died in those frozen forests. I knew the history well, had read books about it, watched documentaries. But holding something that was actually there, that had been worn by someone who died in that battle, it was different. It made it real in a way books never could. "I'll take it," I said firmly. The old man shrugged. "Your funeral, kid." He chuckled at his own joke, but there was something in his eyes, concern maybe. Most people don't want something with that kind of history. I paid him and left with my new prize. On the drive home, I kept glancing at the passenger seat where the helmet sat. I was already planning to clean it up, maybe try to identify the unit it belonged to based on any markings. I was thinking about how to display it in my room. I wasn't thinking about the person who died wearing it. That first night, I placed the helmet on my desk. I'd decided to wait until the weekend to clean it properly. I didn't want to damage it or remove any historically significant markings. I remember staring at it for a long time before going to bed, thinking about the young soldier who once wore it. Did he have a girlfriend waiting for him back home? Parents who received that dreaded telegram? Was he scared when he died? Or did it happen so fast he didn't know what hit him? I fell asleep thinking about these questions. That was the first night I had the nightmare. I was in a forest. It was freezing cold. Snow everywhere. I could see my breath in front of my face. I was wearing a heavy uniform that didn't keep out the cold. My fingers were numb around my rifle. I could hear explosions in the distance and closer, the crack of gunfire. Men were shouting, but I couldn't make out the words. Everything felt incredibly real. The weight of the helmet on my head, the smell of gunpowder and pine trees, the pain in my feet from the cold. Then I was running, stumbling through the snow. Bullets whizzed past me. Trees exploded as artillery shells landed nearby. I dove behind a fallen log, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I was terrified, more scared than I'd ever been in my life. I peered over the log and saw them, German soldiers in their field grey uniforms, advancing through the trees. One of them spotted me. I saw his face clearly, young, maybe only a few years older than me, with these intense blue eyes. He raised his rifle. There was a flash, then pain, unimaginable pain in my head, then darkness. I woke up screaming. My mum burst into my room looking terrified. She said I'd been yelling in my sleep, calling out for help. I was drenched in sweat, my heart racing like I'd just run a marathon. The clock said 3:17 a.m. It was just a nightmare, I told her. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't just any nightmare. It had felt too real, too vivid. I could still feel the ghost of pain where the bullet had hit in my dream. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat up in bed, staring at the helmet on my desk, illuminated by the streetlight outside my window. It was just a coincidence, I told myself. The helmet had put those images in my head, that's all. I'd read too many books about the Battle of the Bulge. My brain was just processing that information. The next night, I had the same nightmare. Not similar, identical. The same forest, the same cold, the same German soldier with those piercing blue eyes, the same bullet to the head, the same waking up screaming at almost the same time. My dad came in this time looking worried. He suggested maybe I was studying too hard for finals. I didn't tell him or my mum about the helmet. I didn't want them to think I was crazy, or worse, take away my new prize. Besides, it was just coincidence, right? Just my imagination working overtime. By the end of the first week, I wasn't so sure anymore. The nightmare came every single night, always the same, always ending with me, or whoever I was in the dream, dying from a bullet to the temple, the exact spot where the helmet had been penetrated. During the day, I was exhausted from lack of sleep. I started falling asleep in class. My grades began to slip. I became irritable, snapping at my parents and friends for no reason. Dark circles formed under my eyes. I lost weight because I wasn't hungry anymore. My mum finally insisted I see our family doctor. He couldn't find anything physically wrong with me, but referred me to a therapist, thinking it might be anxiety or depression. The therapist was nice enough, but she didn't help. How could she? I couldn't tell her that I was experiencing someone else's death every night. She'd have thought I was delusional. 2 weeks in, things got worse. I started having flashbacks during the day. I'd be sitting in class, and suddenly I'd feel the cold and hear the gunfire. It only lasted seconds, but it was terrifying. One time it happened while I was crossing the street, and I nearly got hit by a car because I froze in the middle of the road. I began researching PTSD, wondering if somehow I'd developed it secondhand from my obsession with war history. But everything I read said PTSD comes from experiencing trauma firsthand, not from reading about it or collecting artifacts. That's when I first considered the helmet might be the problem. I know how that sounds. Trust me, I do. But I was desperate for an explanation, for any way to make the nightmares stop. I moved the helmet to my closet, thinking maybe not seeing it would help. It didn't. I tried sleeping in another room. The nightmares followed me. I even stayed at a friend's house one night, making up some excuse about my house being fumigated. The nightmare found me there too. By the 2-month mark, I was a wreck. I'd lost 15 pounds. I was failing most of my classes. My parents were talking about sending me to a psychiatric hospital. I couldn't concentrate on anything. The nightmares had expanded. Now I had memories that weren't mine. I knew the soldier's name was Eddie. I knew he was from Pennsylvania. I knew he had a girl named Betty waiting for him. I knew he was 19 when he died. I knew these things with the same certainty that I knew my own name. Then came the day when my backpack ripped apart at school. All my books spilled out and my calculator broke. I needed a new backpack, but I had spent all my allowance on that damn helmet. That's when it hit me. I could sell the helmet to buy a new backpack. I listed it on an online marketplace that same day. I was honest about its condition and history, included pictures of the bullet hole. I priced it at $80, hoping for a quick sale. Someone responded within hours, a collector from a few towns over. He offered me $60. I countered with $70. We agreed to meet the next day at a coffee shop near my house. The transaction took less than 5 minutes. He examined the helmet, seemed pleased with its authenticity, and handed me the cash. As he walked away with the helmet in a shopping bag, I felt this weight lift off my shoulders. I can't explain it any better than that. It was like I could suddenly breathe again after 2 months of having something sitting on my chest. That night, for the first time in 2 months, I didn't have the nightmare. I slept straight through until morning. When I woke up, I felt like myself again. The dark thoughts were gone. My appetite returned. Within a week, I was catching up on my schoolwork. Within a month, it was like those terrible 2 months had never happened. I tried to forget about the whole experience. I told myself it was just stress or maybe a weird coincidence. I stopped collecting war memorabilia for a while, focusing instead on school and trying to be a normal teenager again. But about a year later, I was doing research for a history paper and came across an online forum for veterans. There was a thread about cursed war trophies, where vets shared stories about objects they'd brought home from war zones that seemed to bring bad luck or worse. One story in particular caught my attention. A Vietnam vet described bringing home a lighter he'd taken from a dead enemy soldier. He started having vivid nightmares about dying in a jungle firefight. The nightmares only stopped when he threw the lighter into a river. There were dozens of similar stories. Japanese swords, German daggers, even seemingly innocent items like photographs or watches. All objects taken from the dead, all bringing nightmares or bad luck to their new owners. I've never told anyone this story before now, Most people would think I'm crazy or making it up. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe there's some logical explanation for what happened. Some form of psychological suggestion or coincidence. But I know what I experienced. And I know that somewhere out there, that helmet still exists. Sometimes I wonder about the person who bought it from me. Did Eddie's nightmares find a new host? Or was there something specific about me that made me vulnerable to whatever was attached to that helmet? I don't collect war memorabilia anymore. I still love history, but I keep my distance from objects that were there when history was being made, especially objects that were present when someone died, because now I know that sometimes when a person dies violently, something of them stays behind. And sometimes that something can reach across decades to touch the living. Nye, Story 8. I've never told anyone outside my family about this, but I need to get it off my chest. These experiences have been weighing on me for years, and I honestly don't know what to make of them anymore. I grew up in Millfield, your typical small American town where everyone knows everyone. Nothing special ever happens here. Just cornfields, a main street with the same 5 stores since forever, and high school football games on Friday nights. I was a pretty normal kid. Never believed in psychic abilities or anything supernatural. I was actually the skeptical one in my friend group, always looking for the logical explanation. That all changed during my junior year of high school. It started with what seemed like a completely ordinary dream. In it, I was standing in the school hallway between classes with 2 girls from my English class, Sarah and Melissa. We were just talking about homework or something equally mundane when Pat Gordon walked up to us with this huge grin on his face. Pat was known for telling terrible jokes, the kind that make you groan, not laugh. "Hey guys," Dream Pat said, "why don't scientists trust atoms?" In the dream, I rolled my eyes and said, "Because they make up everything. Heard it before, Pat," and walked away. I woke up that Sunday morning thinking nothing of it. Just a random, boring dream about school. My dad was making pancakes downstairs, and I could hear my mom and sister arguing about something in the living room. Just a normal Sunday morning. I came downstairs, grabbed some breakfast, and flopped onto the couch. My dad had already brought in the newspaper, and the comics section was sitting on the coffee table. I casually picked it up, flipping through the pages, when I froze. There it was, in the Sunday comics I hadn't seen yet, a cartoon where one scientist says to another, "Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything." I felt this weird chill run through my body. How could I have dreamed about a joke I hadn't seen yet? I checked the date on the newspaper 3 times to make sure it wasn't from last week. It wasn't. It was today's paper. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd heard the joke somewhere else before. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The timing was too perfect, the details too exact. I didn't tell anyone about it. What would I even say? "Hey, I dreamed about a comic before I saw it." I'd sound crazy. So I pushed it away and tried to forget about it. Life went on normally for several years after that. I graduated high school, went to community college, got a decent job at a local marketing firm. The comic incident faded into the background of my memory, filed away as a weird coincidence. Then came the summer I was 23. My family takes a trip to Delaware Beach every year. It's our tradition. We rent the same little cottage about a 10-minute walk from the shore. Nothing fancy, just a place where we can get away from Millfield for a week. We were sitting on the porch one evening watching the sunset. The conversation drifted to old teachers, as family conversations often do. I mentioned Mrs. Hargrove, my elementary school teacher who was notorious for her strict discipline. "God, Mrs. Hargrove must be dead by now," I said casually. "She was ancient when I had her in 4th grade. My sister Jane laughed. "She was tough as nails. Remember when she made Tommy Wilson stand in the corner for an entire day because he couldn't recite the multiplication table?" We all laughed, sharing more stories about the terrifying Mrs. Hargrove. I didn't think anything of the comment I'd made. It was just idle conversation. 3 weeks later, I was at work when Jane called me. Her voice sounded strange. "Jake, something weird happened. You know how you said Mrs. Hargrove must be dead by now, when we were at the beach?" "Yeah," I replied, not seeing where this was going. "Well, she died yesterday. Heart attack. It was in this morning's paper." I felt that same chill from years ago creep up my spine. That's just a coincidence," I said, more to convince myself than her. "I know, but it's weird, right? You literally just mentioned her." After we hung up, I couldn't focus on work. 2 incidents could still be explained away as coincidence, but I felt uneasy. Something about the timing felt wrong, like I had somehow known she would die. The 3rd incident happened during that same beach vacation. We were having dinner at a seafood restaurant near the boardwalk. My mum was telling us stories about her first job at a factory in Birmingham when she was 18. "I worked with this woman, Betty Sanderson," she said. "Sweetest lady you'd ever meet. She taught me everything about operating the machines and covered for me when I'd show up late. I wonder whatever happened to her." I remember feeling a strange sensation when Mum mentioned Betty's name, like a cold spot in the warm restaurant. I brushed it off and continued eating my crab cakes. 4 days later, we were packing up to leave the cottage when Mum got a call from her old friend from Birmingham. She went very quiet during the call, and when she hung up, she looked pale. "That was Diane," she said slowly. "Betty Sanderson died yesterday. Stroke." I dropped the bag I was holding. Mum had just been talking about her, wondering what happened to her, and now she was dead. The coincidence was too much. "Mum," I said carefully, "when was the last time you talked to Betty, or even thought about her before mentioning her at dinner?" She thought for a moment. "Gosh, it must have been years, maybe 20 years or more. Why?" I couldn't explain why. I just knew something wasn't right. It felt like our words were somehow affecting reality, or perhaps we were somehow sensing what was about to happen. The thought terrified me. The final incident, the one that keeps me up at night, happened about 7 months ago. I had this incredibly vivid dream about Millfield. In the dream, I was walking through downtown, but everything was different. The buildings were the same, but they were interspersed with ultra-modern glass structures. The roads were covered with some kind of transparent dome or shield. Cars floated slightly above the ground instead of rolling on tires. Everything was clean and shiny, like something out of a science fiction movie. But the weirdest part was that it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like I was actually there, seeing Millfield as it would be years in the future. I could feel the temperature, slightly cooler than normal due to what I assumed was climate control under the dome. Smell the air, clean, with a faint electrical scent. Even hear the specific humming noise the floating cars made as they passed. I walked past old Mrs. Henley's Victorian house, which was preserved exactly as it is today. But right next to it was a sleek, modern home with walls that seemed to shift colors subtly. People walked past me wearing clothes that looked almost normal, but with strange fabrics and subtle technological additions. Watches that projected holograms, glasses that were clearly doing more than just helping people see. The dream lasted what felt like hours. I explored every street, noting the bizarre mix of the Millfield I know and this futuristic version. When I woke up, I could recall every detail with perfect clarity, something that never happens with normal dreams. Unlike the other incidents, this premonition, if that's what it was, hasn't come true yet. Millfield is still the same sleepy town it's always been. But the dream felt so real, so detailed, that I can't shake the feeling that I saw something that will eventually happen. The thing that scares me most is the pattern. First, it was a silly joke in a comic, harmless enough. Then it was predicting deaths, which is significantly more disturbing. And now, possibly seeing the future of my hometown. What's next? Will I dream about something catastrophic? And if I do, could I prevent it, or are these visions of things that can't be changed? I've researched premonitions, precognition, and psychic phenomena for months now. Most of what I find is either New Age nonsense or scientific dismissals. Nothing explains what's happening to me. I've thought about seeing a psychologist, but what would I say? I think I can sometimes predict the future. They'd probably think I was having delusions. The rational part of me still wants to believe these are all just strange coincidences. The comic joke was something I'd heard before and forgotten. Mrs. Hargrove was elderly. It wasn't a stretch to assume she might pass away soon. My mom mentioning Betty and her subsequent death could just be timing, and the dream about future Millfield, just an overactive imagination. But deep down, I know there's something more to this. The experiences have a weight to them, a certainty that's hard to explain to someone who hasn't felt it. It's like knowing something in your bones. I don't know why this is happening to me or what it means. I don't know if it will continue or stop as suddenly as it started. All I know is that I can't talk about it with anyone besides my immediate family, and even they seem increasingly uncomfortable when I bring it up. So I'm putting this out there anonymously, hoping maybe someone else has experienced something similar, because the weight of carrying these experiences alone is becoming too much to bear. And every night when I go to sleep, there's a part of me that's afraid of what I might see, and whether it will come true. Story 9. I've never been a big believer in the paranormal. Ghost stories were always just entertainment to me, something to laugh about around a campfire. But after what happened last March in Florida, I can't explain things away so easily anymore. My girlfriend Melissa and I had been fighting a lot. Nothing major, just the usual stuff couples argue about when they've been together for 3 years. Money was tight and tensions were high. After a particularly nasty argument about her spending habits, I stormed out of our apartment and needed a place to crash for a few days. Melissa's dad, Frank, offered to let me stay at his place. It was a modest 3-bedroom house in a quiet neighborhood about 20 minutes from our apartment. I'd always gotten along fine with Frank, though something about him sometimes made me uneasy. He was overly friendly with kids in the neighborhood, always offering them candy and inviting them in to see his cool collection of vintage toys. Nothing I could put my finger on, just off. The house itself was older, built in the 70s. The room Frank gave me used to be Melissa's when she was younger. It had been converted into a makeshift office guest room with a love seat that pulled out into a small bed. There was a closet in the corner that didn't have a door. Frank had removed it years ago to open up the space. My first night there was uneventful. I was exhausted from the fight and fell asleep quickly on the love seat, not bothering to pull it out. The second night is when it happened. I'd gone to bed around 11 after watching TV with Frank. Nothing unusual happened that evening. Frank had made some comments about how Melissa had always been difficult and how he understood why I needed space. I remember feeling uncomfortable when he mentioned that Melissa had always had trouble sleeping in this room as a child and would often crawl into his bed at night. The way he smiled when he said it made my skin crawl, but I brushed it off. I fell asleep easily enough, but woke up suddenly sometime between 2 and 3 in the morning. I know this because I remember glancing at my phone before my eyes were drawn to the closet. At first, I thought I was just groggy from being woken up from a deep sleep, but then I realized I couldn't move at all. This wasn't my first experience with sleep paralysis. I'd had a few episodes in college during exam weeks when I was stressed and sleep deprived, but this was different. Previous episodes involved a crushing weight on my chest, making it hard to breathe. This time, the weight was spread across my entire body, like I was being pressed into the love seat by some invisible force. I tried to wiggle my fingers, blink, anything, but nothing worked. I was completely frozen. That's when I noticed movement in the doorless closet. It was dark in the room, but a dim light from the hallway cast just enough illumination for me to make out a face peering out at me from the darkness of the closet. Not a human face, not entirely. It was pale, almost grey, with features that seemed to shift and blur the longer I looked at it. I tried to scream, but my mouth wouldn't open. My vocal cords wouldn't work. I was trapped inside my own body, forced to watch as the thing in the closet began to emerge. It came out slowly, deliberately, like it was testing whether I could see it or not. As it moved into the light, I could make out more details, and God, I wish I couldn't. The upper half was that of an elderly woman, wrinkled skin hanging loosely from protruding bones, thin grey hair, sunken eyes that were too large for her face. But the bottom half, Jesus, the bottom half was that of an infant. Not just small legs, but actual baby legs, chubby, dimpled and completely incongruous with the withered torso they were attached to. The proportions were all wrong, like someone had taken two different beings and fused them together at the waist. The way it moved was the worst part. It didn't walk, not really. It dragged itself along the floor, using its adult-sized arms to pull its mismatched body forward while the infant legs kicked feebly behind it. Each movement was accompanied by a soft, wet sound, like bare skin sliding across damp concrete. I lay there, paralyzed with terror, as the thing began to circle the room. It moved along the perimeter, dragging itself from the closet to the wall opposite me, then along that wall, getting closer and closer to where I lay. All the while, its head remained turned in my direction, those two large eyes fixed on mine. When it reached the foot of the love seat, it stopped. I could feel the weight on my body increase, making it even harder to breathe. My lungs burned from the effort of drawing in small, shallow breaths. The creature pulled itself up onto its stunted baby legs and stood, swaying slightly as if struggling to balance. It tilted its head, studying me with what looked like confusion. Its mouth opened, a dark hole in that withered face, but no sound came out. Instead, I felt something push against my mind, a pressure inside my head that formed into a clear thought that wasn't my own. You shouldn't be here. Not threatening, but warning, like it was trying to tell me something important. Then it leaned closer, its face now only inches from my feet. This isn't for you, the thought came again. You're not the one. I don't know how long we stayed like that, locked in this horrifying stalemate. It might have been seconds or minutes. Time seemed to stretch and distort. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature turned away and began dragging itself back toward the closet. As it disappeared into the darkness, the weight instantly lifted from my body. I gasped, drawing in a deep breath as my muscles unlocked. Relief flooded through me, until, seconds later, the weight returned. Heavier this time, crushing. From the closet, I saw the face beginning to emerge again. No way was I going through that again. With every ounce of willpower I possessed, I fought against the paralysis. I focused on my right hand, trying desperately to move just one finger, then my whole hand, then my arm. Just as the creature began to pull itself out of the closet for the second time, I broke free. I sat up with a gasp, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The room was empty. The closet was just a closet, dark and still. I jumped up and turned on every light in the room. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the switch. I approached the closet cautiously, half expecting to see that thing crouched inside, but there was nothing there. Just some boxes, old clothes, and Frank's junk. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat in the corner furthest from the closet, lights on, scrolling mindlessly through my phone until dawn. I told myself it was just a nightmare, a particularly vivid episode of sleep paralysis triggered by stress and sleeping in an unfamiliar place. The next morning, I ran into Frank's neighbor, an older woman named Diane, who'd lived next door for decades. Frank had gone to work, and I was outside getting some fresh air, still rattled from the night before. "You staying with Frank for a while?" she asked, collecting her mail. "Just a few days," I replied, not wanting to get into the details of my relationship troubles. She nodded, giving me an odd look. "That room he put you in, it used to be Melissa's, right? The one at the back of the house?" When I confirmed this, she seemed to hesitate before speaking again. "You know, my daughter used to be friends with Melissa when they were little. She refused to have sleepovers at your girlfriend's house because she said there was a scary old lady with baby legs in Melissa's closet." My blood ran cold. "What? Kids and their imaginations, right?" Diane laughed, but it sounded forced. "Funny thing is, my daughter wasn't the only one. A few of the neighborhood kids mentioned seeing something similar over the years. Always in that room." I must have looked as shocked as I felt because she quickly added, "I'm sure it's nothing, just kids scaring each other with ghost stories." But the way she glanced at Frank's house told me she wasn't so sure herself. That evening, Frank came home early. I was already packing my things, planning to call Melissa and ask if I could come home. Whatever issues we had, they seemed trivial compared to spending another night in that house. Frank seemed disappointed that I was leaving. "Everything okay?" he asked, leaning against the doorframe of the room. His eyes kept darting to the closet, then back to me. "Yeah, just think Melissa and I have cooled off enough," I lied. He nodded slowly. "Shame. I was enjoying the company. Gets lonely here by myself." Something in his tone made my skin crawl. Then he said something that still haunts me. "This room has always had a special energy. Melissa never liked sleeping in here alone either. Always said she felt like someone was watching her." The casual way he said it, combined with the almost satisfied look on his face, made something click in my mind. All those times Melissa had mentioned hating her childhood bedroom, how she'd get quiet whenever her dad was mentioned, the way she'd flinch sometimes when he hugged her too long. "Frank," I asked carefully, "did anything unusual ever happen in this house? With Melissa or any other kids?" His expression changed instantly, hardened, then smoothed into something carefully blank. "Nothing unusual at all. Why do you ask?" I mumbled something about the neighbors' stories and grabbed my bag. I should get going. As I headed for the door, Frank called after me. "Marcus, you should know that Melissa has always had an overactive imagination. She gets it from her mother." The threat in his voice was barely concealed. "Best not to go spreading stories. People might get the wrong idea." I left without another word, called Melissa from my car and told her I was coming home. We made up, and I never told her where I'd stayed or what I'd seen. I couldn't bring myself to ask her about her childhood or her father. Not yet, anyway. It's been 4 months now. Melissa and I are doing better, though I've made excuses every time Frank has invited us over. I've done some digging, too. Turns out Frank used to volunteer at a daycare center before it suddenly closed down 20 years ago, amid rumors of impropriety that were never proven. I still don't know what I saw that night. Was it just sleep paralysis combined with suggestion after hearing kids' ghost stories? Or was it something more? Some kind of manifestation of the horror that I suspect took place in that house. What I can't shake is the creature's appearance, the elderly top half combined with an infant's lower body, like innocence and age twisted together in the most unnatural way possible. And those words in my head, "You're not the one. I wasn't the target. I wasn't the victim. But I think someone was, maybe many someones over the years. I don't know if I'll ever tell Melissa what I suspect about her father. I don't know if that thing in the closet was real, or just my brain processing subconscious suspicions. But I do know one thing for certain. I'm never setting foot in that house again. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if that thing is still there, dragging itself out of the closet, warning others who shouldn't be there. or waiting for the one who should. Story 10. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family before. I'm honestly terrified even typing this out, but I need to tell someone who might understand or have gone through something similar. I don't know if what's happening to me and my mum is real or if we're both crazy. But I know what I've seen and felt. I'm 16 now, but this all started before I was even born. My mom grew up in Ethiopia in a small village outside Addis Ababa. She always told me stories about her childhood, but never the scary ones until I started experiencing things myself. When I was about 12, I started getting these horrible headaches that would knock me out for hours. The doctors couldn't find anything wrong with me. That's when my mum finally told me that she gets them too. Terrible migraines that come several times a week, seemingly out of nowhere. But the headaches aren't even the worst part. Last year, I started having these dreams. Not normal nightmares, something much worse. In them, something is always whispering in my ear. I can never see what it is, just feel its presence right next to me, its breath on my skin. It keeps saying the same thing over and over, let me in, just let me in. I always wake up completely soaked in sweat, my heart racing so fast I think it might explode, and with this crushing pain behind my eyes. After the third night in a row of this happening, I broke down and told my mum. I'll never forget the look on her face, not surprise, but recognition, like she'd been waiting for this to happen. That night, she sat me down and told me everything. My mom has been seeing things her whole life, demons, shadows, figures that shouldn't be there. She's had sleep paralysis since she was a child, feeling something heavy sitting on her chest, unable to move, while dark shapes moved around her bedroom. Her mother experienced the same thing, and her grandmother before that. About 6 months ago, things got so bad that my mom took us to Sudan to see a spiritual advisor her cousin knew. My mom was desperate. The headaches were getting worse for both of us, and I'd started seeing shadows in the corners of my room at night. The advisor was an older woman who lived in a small house on the outskirts of Khartoum. As soon as we walked in, before my mom could say anything, the woman looked at her and said, "You carry many curses." She didn't even look at me, but she said, "And now your daughter carries them too." According to this woman, my mum's family line has been cursed for generations, but it's not just one curse. She said my mum specifically has 4 additional curses placed on her. 4. She couldn't tell us why or who did it, just that they were there, following her, and now following me. I didn't want to believe it. I told myself it was superstitious nonsense. But then my mum told me something she'd never shared before. The night after I was born, while she was still in the hospital, my mom had what she thought was a nightmare. She woke up, or thought she woke up, to see something crawling across the ceiling above her bed. She described it as human-shaped but wrong somehow, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. She was paralyzed, couldn't move or scream as it crawled down the wall and then across her body. It leaned over me in my little hospital bassinet, touching my face and whispering things in a language my mum didn't understand. She said it looked back at her and smiled with too many teeth before disappearing. The nurses found her the next morning, still frozen in terror, her hospital gown soaked with sweat. They told her it was just postpartum anxiety, a bad dream, but my mum knew better. As she told me this story, memories started flooding back. Things I'd experienced but had convinced myself weren't real. When I was about 5, I remember seeing something staring at me from inside my mom's closet. The door was partially open and there was just a face, not human. I screamed so loud that my mum came running. She grabbed me and took me to the bathroom, turned on all the lights, and was trying to calm me down when I saw it again. Behind her in the hallway was this impossibly tall, thin, black figure. It had to hunch over to fit in our hallway. Its arms nearly touched the floor, and its eyes, God, its eyes were bright red like burning coals. It was reaching for us with these long, bony fingers. I started screaming again and pointing, and my mum whirled around, but by then it was gone. She believed me, though. She didn't tell me I was imagining things like other parents might have. She just held me tighter and started praying in Amharic. Last night was the worst it's ever been. I went to bed around 10, exhausted from another day of these crushing headaches. I must have fallen asleep immediately, because the next thing I knew, I was dreaming about being back in Ethiopia. I've only been there twice to visit family, but in this dream, I was in a place I'd never seen before, a small hut made of mud and straw. There was an old woman sitting in the corner, her face hidden in shadow. She was rocking back and forth, chanting something. As I got closer, I realized she was saying my name over and over. When she finally looked up, her eyes were completely black, like empty holes in her face. "You cannot escape it," she said in perfect English, which was strange because most of my relatives in Ethiopia don't speak English well. "It has followed your family for 7 generations. It will not stop until it has all of you." I tried to back away, but my feet wouldn't move. The dirt floor had become like quicksand, pulling me down. The old woman stood up, but she kept standing, getting taller and taller, until she was bent over with her head touching the ceiling. Her arms elongated, fingers stretching into claws. "Let me in," she whispered, but it wasn't her voice anymore. It was the same voice from my other dreams. "You're the last. Let me in." I woke up screaming, but no sound came out. I was completely paralyzed, unable to move anything except my eyes. And there, standing at the foot of my bed, was the same tall, thin figure I'd seen when I was 5. It was so dark that it seemed to absorb the little bit of light coming through my window. But those red eyes burned bright, staring right into me. It started moving toward me, not walking but gliding, like it was floating just above the floor. I was desperately trying to scream, to move, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. As it got closer, I could smell something awful, like rotting meat and burned hair. It leaned down over me, its face inches from mine. This close, I could see that what I thought was a solid black figure was actually covered in what looked like constantly moving shadows, swirling and writhing across its form. It opened its mouth, a gash that split its face nearly in half, and more of those shadows poured out, falling onto my chest and face. 7 generations, it whispered, its voice like stone grinding against stone. 6 taken, 1 remains. The shadows from its mouth were surrounding me now, pressing against my nose and lips like they were trying to get inside. The pressure on my chest was unbearable. I couldn't breathe. Tears were streaming down my face, but I still couldn't move. Just when I thought I was going to suffocate, my bedroom door flew open and the hallway light spilled in. The thing jerked upright, the shadows retracting back into its mouth like smoke being sucked into a vacuum. It turned toward the door, toward my mom standing there, and made this horrible screeching sound that seemed to vibrate through my bones. My mom started shouting prayers in Amharic, holding up the small silver cross she always wears. The thing shrank back, its form becoming less solid, more like smoke. It backed toward my window, those red eyes never leaving my mom's face. Then it just dissolved, like ink in water, and was gone. As soon as it disappeared, I could move again. I burst into tears, gasping for air. My mom rushed to me, holding me tight while I sobbed into her shoulder. When I could finally speak, I asked her what it was. "The curse," she said simply. "It has found us again." She explained that every generation it takes someone from our family. Her aunt disappeared when she was 18, went to bed one night and was just gone in the morning. No explanation. The same happened to her grandmother's brother and others before them. I asked her why she never told me this before, and she said she hoped that by leaving Ethiopia, by coming to America, we could escape it. That maybe the curse couldn't follow us across the ocean. She was wrong. We spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, my mum praying continuously. At dawn, she called the spiritual advisor in Sudan. who told her we need to come back immediately, that there are rituals that might help, but they need to be done soon, before my next birthday. I'm terrified. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see those burning red eyes, feel those shadows trying to push their way into my mouth. The headaches are constant now, like something is pressing against the inside of my skull, trying to get out or get in. My mum is making arrangements for us to go back to Sudan next week. I don't know if these rituals will work. I don't know if anything can stop whatever this is that's been haunting my family for generations. All I know is that it's real, it's here, and it wants me, and I don't think I can escape it much longer. I'm writing this down as a record, I guess, in case something happens to me, in case I become the 7th generation it takes. If anyone has experienced anything like this, or knows anything about breaking generational curses, please help us. I don't want to disappear like the others. Story 11. I've never been the kind of person who scares easily. When Ethan and I moved into our place in Oak Ridge about a year ago, we'd already heard rumors about it being haunted. The previous owners had mentioned some odd occurrences in their disclosure statement, but honestly, that just made the house more interesting to me. Ethan was more skeptical about the whole thing, always trying to find logical explanations whenever something weird happened. And weird things did happen. Nothing major at first, just little stuff like items moving slightly from where we'd left them, doors that would slowly swing open even though they were properly closed, and occasionally hearing footsteps when neither of us was walking around. I actually found it kind of fascinating. I'd joke about our roommate and how they needed to start chipping in for rent. But what happened last Thursday night changed everything for me. I still get chills thinking about it. It was around 1 in the morning. I'd gone to bed around 11 while Ethan stayed up playing video games in the living room. I remember feeling really tired that night, like unusually exhausted. I fell asleep almost as soon as my head hit the pillow. I've always been a deep sleeper, the kind who doesn't remember dreams and basically just blacks out until morning. That night was no different for me. I was completely out. I didn't hear Ethan come to bed around 1:30. As usual, I was sleeping facing away from his side of the bed, curled up on my right side. According to what he told me the next morning, he was scrolling through his phone for a bit before going to sleep, just checking social media and stuff, normal bedtime routine. That's when things got, I don't even know how to describe it, terrifying, unexplainable. Ethan said he glanced over at me, just a casual look, and saw that I had rolled onto my back and my eyes were wide open, staring right at him. At first, he thought I was just awake and wanted to tell him something, but then he realized my eyes looked strange, glassy, almost vacant, yet somehow focused on him at the same time. He said it looked like I was trying to mouth words to him. My lips were moving in these deliberate patterns, like I was really trying to communicate something specific. Not just random sleep mumbling, but purposeful, silent speech. "Jess?" he asked. "What are you saying?" No response from me, just those moving lips and that fixed stare. He tried again, a bit louder. "Jess, are you okay?" Still nothing, just the silent mouthing continuing. At this point he was getting freaked out. He sat up in bed and turned to face me directly. The mouthing got more intense, more urgent, like whatever was trying to speak through me was getting frustrated that he couldn't understand. That's when Ethan grabbed his phone and turned on the flashlight to get a better look at me. And here's the part that still makes me feel sick when I think about it. When the light hit my face, he saw that my eyes were actually completely closed. My mouth was slightly open, but still, I looked like I was in a normal, peaceful sleep. But the second he moved the light away from my face, it appeared like my eyes were wide open again, staring at him, and my lips resumed their silent communication. He tried this several times. Light on, eyes closed, normal sleep. Light off, eyes wide open, mouthing words. Ethan told me he nearly jumped out of bed right then. He was about to grab his pillow and run to the couch, but something stopped him. Maybe pride, maybe not wanting to seem ridiculous, or maybe just the paralysis that comes with true fear. Instead, he just turned away from me, facing the wall, and somehow eventually fell back asleep. When morning came, I woke up feeling fine. Rested, normal, no memory of anything unusual. I got up before Ethan and started making coffee. When he finally came into the kitchen, I immediately knew something was wrong. His face was pale, and he kept looking at me strangely, like he was trying to figure something out. "What?" I asked. "Do I have bedhead or something?" He just stared at me for a moment before asking, "Do you remember anything from last night? Like, did you have any weird dreams or wake up at all?" I told him no, that I'd slept like a rock as usual. That's when he told me what he'd seen. At first I thought he was pulling my leg, some elaborate prank. But the look on his face, the genuine fear in his eyes, told me he wasn't joking. "I know you sometimes sleep with your eyes a little bit open," he said. "But this was different, Jess. Your eyes were wide open, but they weren't your eyes. And the way your mouth was moving, it was like something was using you to try to tell me something." I felt cold all over. It's true that sometimes I do sleep with my eyes slightly open. It's a weird quirk I've had since childhood. My mum used to tell me it was creepy, finding me asleep, but with my eyes cracked open a bit. But I've never had anyone tell me my eyes were fully open while I was asleep. And I definitely have never had someone describe me trying to speak while unconscious. And the thing about the light, that's what really got to me. If it was just my weird sleep quirk, why would my eyes appear closed when he shined the light on me? That's not how sleep anomalies work. They don't respond to light by disappearing. I've been thinking about it constantly since then. What was trying to communicate through me? What was it trying to say? Was it something in our house? One of those odd occurrences the previous owners had alluded to? Or was it something attached to me? The previous weird stuff in the house had always seemed benign, almost playful. This felt different. This felt invasive. Whatever it was, it had used my body while my consciousness was somewhere else. It had puppeted me, animated my features to serve its purpose. The thought of it makes me feel violated in a way I can't really articulate. Ethan and I have talked about it several times since that night. He keeps apologizing for freaking me out, but I can tell he's genuinely disturbed. He's been sleeping on his side, facing me every night since, like he's keeping watch. I've caught him staring at me multiple times when he thinks I'm asleep. I bought a small security camera yesterday. I've set it up on my nightstand pointed at the bed. I'm not sure I actually want to know if something happens again, but the not knowing feels worse somehow. At least with video evidence, we'd have something concrete to look at, to try to understand. The really unsettling thing is trying to imagine what it might have been trying to say. What message was so important that something would use my sleeping body to communicate it? Was it a warning, a threat, or just some entity desperate to be acknowledged? Last night I had trouble falling asleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined them opening again without my control, staring at Ethan while I was unconscious. I kept thinking about how vulnerable we are when we sleep, how for those hours we're completely defenseless. I ended up taking a sleeping pill around 2 in the morning just to force myself to get some rest. Ethan says nothing happened last night, but I noticed he looks tired today. I wonder if he slept at all, or if he spent the night watching me, afraid of what he might see. We've lived with the little paranormal things for months without much concern. The footsteps, the moving objects, they became almost normal to us. But this feels like a line has been crossed. Whatever presence is here, it's not content to just move things around anymore. It wants to communicate. It wants to use me to do it. I'm writing this partly to document what happened, and partly because I don't know who else to tell. My friends would think I'm crazy. My family would worry unnecessarily, but I need to put this somewhere outside my own head. Tonight will be 6 nights since it happened. Nothing unusual has occurred since then, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was isn't done, that it has something important to say, and it's going to keep trying until its message is received. I've started researching similar experiences online, but haven't found anything quite like this. Plenty of sleep disorders and parasomnias, but nothing that explains the light phenomenon or the purposeful mouthing. For now, we're staying in the house. Maybe that's stupid, but it's our home, and running away doesn't guarantee that whatever this is wouldn't follow us. At least here, we know what we're dealing with. Sort of. I just hope that if it happens again, whatever is trying to speak through me finds a way to make its message clearer. Or better yet, that it finds some other way to communicate that doesn't involve using my unconscious body as its mouthpiece. I'll update if anything else happens. For now, I'm just trying to come to terms with the fact that when I close my eyes at night, something else might be opening them. Story 12. I'm not really someone who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what happened to me last summer has completely changed my perspective. I've been trying to make sense of it for months now, and I still get chills thinking about it. I need to share this because it's eating me up inside, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Last June, I flew back to Croatia for my cousin Anna's wedding. I was excited about the trip. I'd moved to Canada with my parents when I was 10, and visits back to the homeland were always special. This time, I was staying at my grandparents' house in a small village about an hour outside Zagreb. Their home is this old stone house that's been in our family for generations. It's cozy, but a bit creepy, especially considering it sits right next to the village cemetery where many of my ancestors are buried. My flight arrived late, and by the time my uncle picked me up from the airport and drove me to the village, everyone was already asleep. My grandmother had left a plate of food covered in the kitchen and prepared the bedroom for me. I'd be sharing it with my cousins, Petra, who was 16, and little Ivana, who was 8. The bedroom setup was pretty simple: a large bed pushed against the corner of the room, a wooden closet with this huge old mirror facing the bed from the opposite wall, and a door to the right of the closet. I was exhausted from the 20-hour journey, so I quickly ate, washed up, and slipped into bed beside my cousins. Ivana was sleeping in the middle, with Petra against the wall. I remember noticing how peaceful they looked, and thinking how much Ivana had grown since I'd last seen her. I fell asleep almost instantly, but something woke me up in the middle of the night. I can't explain the feeling. It was like being yanked out of a deep sleep by an invisible force. When I tried to move, I realized with growing panic that I couldn't. Not my arms, not my legs, not even my head. The only thing I could control were my eyes. They darted around frantically as I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Sleep paralysis. I'd had it once before in college during finals week, so I recognized what was happening, but knowing what it was didn't make it any less terrifying. I kept telling myself to stay calm, that it would pass in a few seconds. That's when I noticed the bedroom door was wide open. I was absolutely certain my grandmother had closed it when she'd prepared the room. The hallway beyond was dark, but not completely black. There was this faint glow coming from somewhere, maybe the kitchen nightlight. As I stared at the open doorway, trying to calm my racing heart, a small figure appeared. It was a little girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old. She had this perfectly straight, shoulder-length hair in a bob cut that reminded me of old photos from the 70s. She was wearing what looked like a simple white nightgown that reached just below her knees. My first thought was that Ivana had gotten up to use the bathroom, but something felt off about this child. She moved strangely, almost like she was floating rather than walking. I shifted my eyes to check beside me, and my heart nearly stopped. Both Petra and Ivana were still there, fast asleep. Ivana's arm was draped across my stomach. her breathing deep and regular. I looked back at the doorway, and the girl was still there, now fully inside the room. The moonlight coming through the thin curtains cast everything in a bluish glow, including her. She wasn't looking at me. She seemed to be exploring the room, moving her head from side to side as if taking everything in. There was something both innocent and deeply unsettling about her presence. I tried desperately to move, to wake up my cousins, to do anything, but my body remained frozen. All I could do was watch as this child, this thing that couldn't possibly be real, wandered around our bedroom. She moved to the foot of the bed, then over to the dresser, running her small fingers along the surface. The way she moved was just wrong, like watching a video that occasionally skipped frames. Then she stepped in front of the mirror, and what I saw made my blood run cold. In the reflection, I could see her face clearly for the first time. She had these huge dark eyes that seemed too big for her small face, a tiny nose and thin lips set in a neutral expression. But the most terrifying thing was that she was looking directly at me in the mirror, not at her own reflection, at me. A smile slowly spread across her face, revealing small teeth that looked too white in the darkness. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was knowing, almost adult-like on her childish face. I wanted to close my eyes, to block out what I was seeing, but I couldn't even do that. I was completely at her mercy, forced to watch as she turned away from the mirror and approached the bed. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. She stood at the edge of the bed for what felt like an eternity, just staring at the three of us. Then, without warning, she climbed onto the bed frame at the foot of the bed. Her movements were jerky, unnatural. She didn't use her hands to pull herself up. She just sort of appeared there, perched on the wooden frame like some nightmarish bird. Then she started, crawling toward me. She moved on all fours, but all wrong. Her limbs bent at impossible angles, her head tilted completely sideways as she stared at me. Her hair hung down, defying gravity, not falling as it should. Each movement brought her closer, and I could feel the mattress dip slightly under her weight. This wasn't just a hallucination. Whatever she was, she had physical presence. When she reached the middle of the bed, right at Ivana's feet, she stopped. She raised her head and looked directly into my eyes. Her face was inches from Ivana's legs, but my cousin didn't stir. The girl's eyes seemed to grow darker and wider as she stared at me, and her mouth opened as if to speak. That's when I finally broke free from the paralysis. I gasped for air like I'd been underwater, my body jerking upright in bed. I was drenched in sweat, my heart racing. I frantically looked around the room. The door was closed. The mirror reflected nothing but our bed, and my cousins were still sleeping peacefully beside me. The digital clock on the nightstand read 3:17 a.m. I sat there trembling, afraid to lie back down, afraid to close my eyes. I ended up turning on the small bedside lamp and staying awake until dawn, jumping at every creak of the old house. When morning finally came, I was exhausted and shaken. My aunt came to wake the girls for breakfast, and I asked her casually if her youngest daughter ever sleepwalked. Ivana? No, never. Why do you ask? She said. Just wondering, I replied, not wanting to scare her with my experience. I thought I heard someone walking around last night. That was probably just me checking on you girls, she said with a smile. I always peek in when I get up to use the bathroom. But I knew it wasn't my aunt I'd seen. The figure had been a child, and there was that wrongness about her that I couldn't explain. After breakfast, I needed some air and time alone to process what had happened. I decided to visit the cemetery next door. It sounds weird, but it's actually a peaceful place during the day, with well-tended graves and lots of flowers. My family has a whole section there, and I wanted to pay my respects to my great-grandparents, whose graves I hadn't visited in years. The cemetery was quiet that morning, with just an elderly couple tending to a grave in the distance. I found my great-grandparents' headstone easily. a large marble monument with their names and photos embedded in it. As is common in Croatian cemeteries, I was placing some fresh flowers when something caught my eye. About 3 meters away was a smaller headstone, partially obscured by overgrown grass. Something drew me to it, some unconscious recognition that I couldn't identify. I stepped closer and brushed away some of the vegetation. My heart stopped. Staring back at me from the weathered photograph on the headstone was the exact same little girl who had visited me during the night. The same bob haircut, the same large eyes, the same small nose and thin lips. The inscription said she had died in 1978 at the age of 7. I stumbled backward, nearly falling over another grave. This couldn't be real. I must have seen this grave before, maybe years ago, and somehow the image stayed in my subconscious, surfacing during my sleep paralysis. That had to be the explanation. With shaking hands, I took a photo of the headstone with my phone and hurried back to my grandparents' house. My grandmother was in the kitchen preparing lunch when I burst in, probably looking like I'd seen a ghost, which in a way I had. "Baka," I said, using the Croatian word for grandmother. "Who is this?" I showed her the photo on my phone. She put on her glasses and peered at the screen. Her expression changed immediately, softening into sadness. "Ah, that's little Maria, your grandfather's cousin's daughter. Such a tragedy. She drowned in the river during a family picnic. I wasn't living here yet when it happened, but it devastated the family." I felt a chill run down my spine. Did she ever stay in the house, in the room where I'm sleeping?" My grandmother looked at me strangely. "Yes, actually. That was her room when she would visit her grandparents, your great-granduncle and his wife. They lived in this house before us. Why do you ask, dear? You look pale." I couldn't bring myself to tell her what I'd seen. I mumbled something about just being curious about family history and escaped to the backyard, where I sat trembling under an old walnut tree. That night, I insisted on sleeping on the couch in the living room, claiming the bed was too crowded with 3 people. Nobody questioned it, though my grandmother did look concerned about my jumpiness. I've never experienced sleep paralysis again, and I've never seen little Maria since. But sometimes when I look in mirrors, I catch myself holding my breath, half expecting to see her reflection looking back at me. The wedding went ahead as planned, and I flew back to Canada a week later, but I haven't been able to shake the feeling that something from beyond reached out to me that night. I don't know why she came to me. Was she just curious about the distant relative sleeping in her old bed? Was she trying to tell me something? Or was it something darker? I'll never know for sure, but one thing is certain. I'll never again dismiss someone's ghost story as just their imagination running wild. Story 13. I've been debating whether to share this for almost 3 years now. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night convinced something is in my room. What happened to me in 2020 still feels so real that sometimes I question if I'm totally sane. For context, I temporarily moved in with my cousin Amber and her boyfriend Jake outside Melbourne. It was during the height of COVID, and I'd lost my apartment in the city when the restaurant I worked at shut down. I couldn't afford rent anymore, and Amber offered me a place to stay until I got back on my feet. Their house was different. It used to be a childcare center before being converted into a private residence. The layout was nothing like a normal house. It had this super long corridor with doors on either side, kind of like a mini school. 2 of the doors were completely nailed shut, which I found weird but didn't question. Amber said something about those rooms needing renovation when they bought the place, but they hadn't gotten around to it yet. The whole property sat way back from the main road, surrounded by these tall gum trees and thick bushes. During the day, it was peaceful, but at night, completely different story. The streetlights were barely visible through all the vegetation, and none of the windows had proper curtains or even curtain rods. We just had those cheap paper blinds that never fully cover the windows. I always felt exposed, like someone or something could be watching from outside. I was grateful for the place to stay, don't get me wrong. I had my own room, one of the former playrooms converted into a bedroom, but from day one, something felt off about it. The room was always colder than the rest of the house. Amber said it was just poor insulation, and I tried to believe that. My first encounter happened about 3 weeks after I moved in. I'd had a particularly rough day at the supermarket where I'd found work. People were panic buying, fighting over toilet paper, and someone had screamed at me because we were out of hand sanitizer. I was emotionally drained when I got home. I showered, had a quick dinner with Amber and Jake, and crashed around 9:30. I was absolutely exhausted. I'd wrapped myself in 3 blankets. It was winter and my room was freezing as usual. I remember falling asleep almost instantly. I don't know what time it was when I started waking up, but it was pitch black outside. At first I wasn't fully conscious. You know that weird state where you're half asleep? I became aware of a pressure on my bed, down by my feet. In my groggy state, I thought maybe one of the cats had jumped up. But then I remembered Amber's cats weren't allowed in my room because of my allergies. As I slowly became more awake, the weight on my legs felt heavier, more deliberate. It wasn't like someone sitting on the end of the bed. It was like something was crouching there, putting all its weight on my lower legs. I tried to convince myself I was dreaming, but the pressure was too real. Then it moved. Whatever it was, shifted position, crawling up my body until it was on my knees and thighs. The weight was so heavy it was almost painful. My heart started racing, and I kept my eyes shut tight. I had this overwhelming feeling that if I opened them, if I showed whatever this was that I was awake, something terrible would happen. So I just laid there, pretending to be asleep, barely breathing. I was wrapped in my blankets, tucked in tightly like a cocoon. I always sleep like that, with everything tucked under me. It's like my security thing. But then I felt the top blanket start to move, not like it was slipping off naturally. It was being deliberately pulled down, inch by inch. The mattress shifted beneath me as the weight redistributed. It felt exactly like when someone kneels on your bed and then stands up, changing positions. Whatever it was had moved up to my hips, hovering right above my belly button. I tried to control my breathing, to make it seem deep and regular like I was still asleep. But inside, I was absolutely terrified. I remember thinking, this is how I die. The first blanket was pulled completely off me now, and whatever it was started on the second one. I bit my lip so hard I tasted blood, trying not to cry or make any sound, but tears were streaming silently down my face. I was convinced that any second, this thing was going to rip off all my blankets and I don't know what. I just knew it would be bad. The weight on the bed kept shifting, like something was repositioning itself to get a better grip on my blankets. I felt trapped, completely helpless. My limbs were heavy, like I couldn't move them even if I tried. Was this sleep paralysis? I'd heard about it but never experienced it. But this felt too physical, too real. The second blanket was halfway off when I think I passed out from fear. I don't remember anything else until my alarm went off at 6 a.m. All 3 blankets were on the floor beside my bed, and my pajama top was twisted around my body like I'd been wrestling with someone. I told myself it was just a nightmare, that I'd kicked off the blankets in my sleep, but deep down, I knew it was something else. I didn't tell Amber or Jake. They'd think I was crazy, and honestly, I was starting to wonder myself. I tried to forget about it, throwing myself into work and spending as little time in my room as possible. About 2 weeks later, it happened again. This time, I was fully awake. I'd been trying to watch Netflix on my laptop, but couldn't focus because I had a massive uni assignment due. I eventually gave up, shut my laptop, and tried to sleep. I was lying there in the dark, just staring at the ceiling, when something grabbed my arm. I'm not exaggerating. Something physically gripped my wrist and pulled my arm out from under the blanket, holding it up in the air. I completely froze. I didn't scream, didn't move, just lay there pretending to be asleep again, like that would somehow protect me. I could feel something heavy kneeling on the mattress right next to me. The mattress dipped down significantly on my right side. My arm was still suspended in the air, held by nothing I could see. But I could feel fingers wrapped around my wrist, cold and strong. I started praying in my head, something I hadn't done since I was a kid. I tried to move my arm casually, like I was just shifting in my sleep, but when I did, the mattress moved more, like whatever was there was climbing further onto the bed. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two, my arm was released. It fell back to the bed, and for the rest of the night it tingled uncomfortably, like when your foot falls asleep, but worse. I didn't sleep a wink. I kept the light on for the rest of the night and sat up against the headboard until dawn. The next day, I casually asked Amber if she knew anything about the history of the house before it was a childcare center. She shrugged and said it was built in the 70s and had always been some kind of community building until they bought it. I wanted to ask more, but I was afraid of sounding weird or making her worry about me. For the next few weeks, I started sleeping on the couch in the living room, making excuses about my room being too cold or that I'd fallen asleep watching TV. I think Jake was getting annoyed, but I couldn't bring myself to go back to that room. Eventually, Amber confronted me and asked what was wrong. I lied and said I was just stressed about money and work. She insisted I use my room. They were having friends over that weekend and needed the living room. I reluctantly agreed. The third and final encounter happened early one morning. I'd managed to sleep through the night, probably because I was exhausted from lack of sleep the previous nights. I could see sunlight coming through the paper blinds, and I felt safe enough to get up. As I tried to roll out of bed, something grabbed me around the waist and pulled me back down. I felt what seemed like an arm wrap around me, pulling me against something. It pushed against my back, and I could feel pressure against my ear like someone was leaning in close. Then I heard it, a distinct whisper. "No!" I completely lost it. I was shaking violently, tears streaming down my face. With strength I didn't know I had, I wrenched myself away and literally fell out of the bed. I scrambled to my feet and bolted out of the room, colliding with Jake in the hallway. He grabbed my shoulders to steady me, asking what was wrong. I couldn't even speak. I was hyperventilating, pointing back at my room. Jake looked concerned and went to check it out while Amber led me to the kitchen. When Jake came back, he said there was nothing there, but the window was open and maybe the wind had spooked me. But there was no wind that day, and I know what I felt. I moved out the following week, making up some excuse about finding a place closer to work. I never told them the real reason. Sometimes I think about asking Amber if they've experienced anything strange, but I'm afraid of the answer. Both yes and no would disturb me for different reasons. It's been almost 3 years, and I still don't know what happened in that house. Was it a ghost? Sleep paralysis? My imagination? All I know is that what I felt was real, and I'll never set foot in that house again. Some places just have something wrong with them, and that former childcare center was definitely one of them. Story 14. I've never told anyone outside my family about this, but it's been weighing on me for years now, and I need to get it off my chest. This happened when I was 16, living with my mom and stepdad in this ranch-style house in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing special about the place except for this bright orange basement my stepdad had painted himself. He thought it would brighten up the space. It didn't. It just made it look like the inside of a pumpkin. Anyway, my stepdad worked as a mover back then, hauling people's stuff from one house to another. Sometimes people would leave things behind they didn't want anymore, and the moving company would let the workers take whatever they wanted instead of throwing it away. That's how this whole nightmare began. I remember it. It was a Tuesday after school when my stepdad came home with this painting tucked under his arm, grinning like he'd found buried treasure. "Look what I got for you, kiddo," he said, propping it up against the wall in our living room. It was a hand-painted canvas of Marilyn Monroe, but not like any portrait I'd seen before. The colors were super vibrant, almost too bright, with splashes of pink, blue and yellow that made her face look both beautiful and somehow wrong. Her smile stretched a bit too wide, and her eyes had this intensity that made me feel like she was staring right through me. "Someone just left this behind?" I asked, trying to sound grateful, even though something about it felt off. "Yeah, fancy place too. Owner said they were downsizing and didn't have wall space for everything. Thought you might like it since you've got those old movie posters in your room." My mum walked in then, and I'll never forget how she froze mid-step when she saw that painting. Her face just changed. Not scared exactly, but like she'd tasted something bitter. "We're not keeping that," she said flatly. My stepdad looked confused. "Why not? It's art. Probably worth something too." "I don't like it," Mum said, crossing her arms. "It doesn't feel right." They went back and forth about it, with my stepdad insisting it was perfectly fine and my mum unable to explain exactly why she didn't want it. I stayed quiet, but the longer I looked at that painting, the more I felt drawn to it. There was something fascinating about those exaggerated colors, the way Marilyn's eyes seemed to follow you around the room. Eventually, my mom gave in, but with conditions. "Fine, but it stays in your room," she told me, still looking uneasy. "And if anything weird happens, it goes." I didn't know what she meant by weird then. I wish I had taken her more seriously. I hung the painting above my bed that evening. It took a while to get it centered right, and I remember thinking how cool it looked against my light blue walls. My bedroom was directly above the orange basement, which I always thought was kind of funny, like I lived on top of a giant creamsicle or something. That first night, I fell asleep staring at Marilyn's face. I don't remember drifting off, just suddenly being deep in the worst nightmare I'd had in years. I was trapped in this cramped, hot space with walls pressing in on me from all sides. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, and the whole time I felt like something was watching me, waiting for me to break. The pressure kept building until I woke up gasping for air, my sheets soaked with sweat. It was 3 a.m. I glanced up at the painting, and in the dim light from my window, it looked like Marilyn's smile had widened somehow. I told myself it was just a stupid nightmare. I'd been stressed about finals, and my brain was just processing that stress. No big deal. The second night was worse, way worse. This time I dreamed I was lying in my bed, exactly as I'd fallen asleep when I felt it start to sink. Not like when you're half asleep and feel like you're falling. This was slow and deliberate. My entire bed was sinking through the floor like it had turned to quicksand. I tried to scream, but couldn't make a sound as I sank straight through into the basement below. The basement in my dream wasn't bright orange, though. It was pitch black, and I knew instantly I wasn't alone down there. Something was breathing in the darkness, circling my bed like a shark. I could feel it getting closer, hear its footsteps on the concrete floor, smell something sour and rotten. I jumped off the bed and ran blindly toward where I knew the stairs should be. There was a thin crack of light coming from under the basement door, and as I reached the bottom step, I caught a glimpse of something in that sliver of light, something small and black, scuttling across the floor toward me. I woke up screaming this time. My mum burst into my room seconds later, looking terrified. "What happened? Are you okay?" she asked, sitting on my bed and pushing my hair away from my sweaty forehead. "Just a nightmare," I mumbled, embarrassed but still shaking. "Sorry I woke you up." She looked up at the painting, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Maybe we should—" "It's fine, Mom," I insisted. "It's just a dream. Not like a painting can give me nightmares." But that's exactly what I was starting to think, even if I wouldn't admit it. I'd never had nightmares like this before, so vivid, so terrifying, and both nights since hanging that stupid painting. The third night, I almost took it down. Almost. But it felt silly being afraid of a painting. What was I going to tell my friends? That I was scared of Marilyn Monroe? So I left it up, telling myself I was being ridiculous. Big mistake. That night's dream was the worst of all. I was walking through our house, but everything was slightly wrong. Doorways in the wrong places, furniture I didn't recognize. And everywhere I went, I could hear whispering just behind me, like someone was following me, but always staying just out of sight. When I reached my bedroom, the painting was there, but Marilyn's face was completely different. Her features were distorted, mouth opened in what looked like a silent scream. And as I watched, horrified, she began to move inside the canvas, pressing against it like it was a window she was trying to break through. I woke up choking, feeling like hands had been around my throat. It was 5 in the morning, and there was no way I was going back to sleep. I sat up in bed, staring at that painting in the grey, early morning light. Nothing looked different about it. Same bright colors, same slightly too wide smile. But I knew. I just knew something was wrong with it. At breakfast, my mum took one look at my face and frowned. "You had another nightmare." It wasn't a question. I nodded, pushing my cereal around the bowl without eating it. "That's 3 nights in a row," she said carefully. "Want to tell me what they were about?" So I did. I told her everything, the suffocating first dream, sinking through the floor into the basement, the distorted Marilyn trying to break out of the painting. As I talked, my mom's face got paler and paler. "I know it sounds crazy," I finished, "but I think it might be the painting. The nightmare started the night I hung it up." I expected her to laugh it off, to tell me I was being silly. Instead, she nodded slowly. "I've been having a bad feeling about that thing since your stepdad brought it home. Let's test your theory." "How?" "I'll put it in my room tonight. If I have nightmares too, we'll know." My stepdad thought we were both being ridiculous when he heard our plan, but he didn't object. That afternoon, we moved the painting to my parents' bedroom, hanging it on the wall opposite their bed. That night, I slept peacefully for the first time in 3 days. No nightmares, no waking up gasping for breath. Just normal, restful sleep. My mom, on the other hand, came downstairs the next morning looking like she hadn't slept at all. Her hands shook as she made coffee. "Mom?" I asked cautiously. "Did you dream anything?" She turned to me, her face grim. "Yes, about sick kittens with crusted eyes and flies buzzing around them. I was trying to help them, but I couldn't. And the whole time I felt this dread, like something terrible was about to happen." She didn't need to say anything else. Within an hour, the painting was off the wall and wrapped in an old blanket. My stepdad didn't even argue this time. He'd seen how shaken my mom was. "What are we going to do with it?" I asked as we stood looking at the wrapped bundle on our kitchen table. "Get it out of this house," my mum said firmly. "I don't care where it goes, but it's not staying here." She carried it out to her car and put it in the trunk. I didn't ask where she was taking it. I was just relieved it was leaving. That night, we all slept peacefully, and the nightmares never came back. It was years later when I finally asked my mom what she'd done with the painting. We were helping my younger sister move into her first apartment, and she wanted to hang some art on her walls. Something about the way she was arranging her pictures reminded me of that Marilyn Monroe painting. "Oh, that thing," my mom said, lowering her voice even though we were alone in the kitchen. "I drove around with it in my trunk for 2 days, trying to decide what to do with it. I thought about donating it, but the idea of someone else hanging it in their home..." She shuddered. "I couldn't do that to another person. I considered burning it, but something stopped me, like I was afraid of what might happen if I destroyed it." "So what did you do?" I asked. "I drove to a neighborhood across town and left it at the end of someone's driveway on garbage day. Just propped it against their trash can and drove away as fast as I could." She looked embarrassed. "I know that was probably wrong, but I just wanted it gone." I didn't judge her. I understood the desperation to get that thing away from us. Sometimes I still think about that painting, wondering where it ended up. Did the garbage collectors take it to the dump? Did someone else find it and take it home, thinking they'd found something special? Are they having the nightmares now? What bothers me most is that there was nothing obviously wrong with it. It wasn't like those creepy paintings in horror movies with eyes that follow you or blood that appears mysteriously. It was just a painting, a colorful hand-painted portrait of Marilyn Monroe with a smile that was a little too wide. But something about it wasn't right. Something was attached to it, not to our house, not to us, but to the painting itself. Something that visited our dreams and filled them with terror. I've never seen anything like it since, and I hope I never do. But I'm careful now about what I bring into my home, because sometimes objects carry more than just memories. Sometimes they carry something darker, something that waits until you're at your most vulnerable, when you're asleep, to show its true nature. Story 15. I've debated posting this for months now. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and sometimes I catch myself staring into dark corners of rooms, half expecting to see, well, you'll understand soon enough. I moved into this apartment with my mom when I was about 10 years old. It's in one of those old buildings downtown, the kind with high ceilings, strange architectural quirks, and pipes that make noises for no reason. At least, that's what I told myself the noises were. The building itself dates back to the early 1900s. I remember the landlord mentioning it had been everything from a fancy hotel to a boarding house during its long history. The weird stuff started pretty much right after we moved in. Little things at first. A pan would fall in the kitchen when nobody was there, or we'd hear footsteps on the balcony when it was empty. My mom would just shake her head and mutter something about the settling of an old building. But I knew better. Even as a kid, I could feel something was off about that place. After about a year, the strange occurrences stopped, or maybe I just got used to them. Life went on, I grew up, and eventually I took over the lease when Mom moved to be closer to her sister a few states away. I was 22 then, working my first real job, and the rent was decent enough that I couldn't justify moving. That's when things started up again, but different this time. Worse. The first incident happened on a Tuesday evening. I'd just gotten home from work and was getting ready to take a shower. I put my hairbrush down on the bathroom counter, not near the edge, mind you, but right in the middle, and turned to grab a towel. When I turned back, the brush was on the floor. I figured maybe I'd bumped the counter or something, so I didn't think much of it. A week later, I was getting ready for bed and had just finished using some hairspray. I set the can on my dresser and started brushing my teeth. I heard a clatter and came back to find the hairspray on the floor. Again, I rationalized it. Maybe I'd placed it too close to the edge. But the third time, there was no explaining it away. I'd used the hairspray again, deliberately placed it in the center of my dresser and watched it for a moment to make sure it was stable. I walked about 10 steps to my closet when I heard it fall. When I turned around, the can wasn't just on the floor. It had somehow rolled across the carpeted floor, which should have stopped it, and hit the wall on the opposite side of the room. That's when the cold feeling settled in my stomach. That wasn't normal. That wasn't physics. After that, things escalated. I'd be lying in bed at night and hear footsteps around my bed. Not the creaking of an old building, but deliberate steps, like someone walking slowly around me while I pretended to sleep. I'd squeeze my eyes shut tighter, heart pounding, telling myself it was just the neighbors downstairs or my imagination. I started noticing merchandise I'd bought, like shopping bags or boxes, falling from counters or tables where they'd been sitting perfectly stable for hours. One time, I had a bag from the mall sitting on my kitchen table. I was across the room making dinner when it suddenly flew off the table like someone had shoved it. I nearly dropped my plate. The worst was when I felt breathing on my ear. I was sitting on the couch watching TV one night, completely alone in the apartment, when I felt warm breath right against my ear. like someone was leaning in to whisper something. I jumped up so fast I knocked over my drink and spent the rest of the evening with all the lights on, huddled under a blanket. But nothing, absolutely nothing, compares to what happened last month. I've always been a bit of a night owl, and on this particular night I was up around 3 in the morning scrolling through my phone. My cat, Jinx, was curled up at the foot of my bed, and the apartment was completely silent. No TV, no music, just the occasional car passing on the street below. Suddenly, I heard the unmistakable sound of forks clinking against plates coming from my kitchen. Not just a single clink that might be explained by something settling, but a repeated sound, like someone was sorting silverware or eating a meal. My blood ran cold immediately. I live alone. There shouldn't be anyone in my kitchen at 3 in the morning. I lay there frozen for maybe 30 seconds, just listening to the sounds. Clink, clink, scrape. Clink, clink, scrape. It was rhythmic, deliberate. Finally, I gathered my courage, grabbed my phone, both as a light source and to call for help if needed, and slowly made my way to the kitchen. The kitchen was pitch black when I entered, and completely empty. The sounds had stopped the moment I got out of bed. I turned on the light and checked everything. The silverware drawer was closed, the dishes were all put away in the cabinets, nothing was out of place. I even checked the front door and all the windows to make sure they were locked. They were. Somewhat relieved but still unnerved, I went back to bed, turning off the kitchen light as I left. No sooner had I settled back under the covers than the sound started again. Clink, clink, scrape, like someone was deliberately waiting for me to return to bed. This time, I shot up immediately and rushed back to the kitchen. Again, silence as soon as I moved, and nothing out of place when I arrived. This pattern repeated 3 more times. The sounds would start when I was in bed, then stop the moment I got up to investigate. It was like whatever was making the noise was playing with me, taunting me. After the 5th time, I gave up trying to catch it and just lay in bed, lights on, listening to the silverware sounds until they finally stopped around 4:30 in the morning. I didn't sleep at all that night. I told myself it was just my imagination, stress from work, anything rational to explain it away. But deep down, I knew better. Something was in my apartment, and it was getting bolder. About a week after the silverware incident, I was again up late, around 3 in the morning. I've since learned that this time, between 3 and 4 a.m., seems to be when the activity is strongest. I was in bed with just my small bedside lamp on, scrolling through social media to distract myself from the constant feeling of being watched that had developed since the kitchen incident. Jinx was acting strange that night, staring fixedly at the doorway to my bedroom, his tail puffed up slightly. Cats are supposed to be able to see things we can't, right? That thought wasn't comforting. Suddenly, I heard a chair in the kitchen start to rattle, like someone was shaking it or trying to move it across the floor. Jinx immediately arched his back and hissed toward the hallway, then dove under my bed. The sound was unmistakable, the specific scrape of that one chair that always caught on the linoleum in a certain way. I was paralyzed with fear, staring wide-eyed at my bedroom doorway and the dimly lit hallway beyond it. The rattling stopped, and in the silence that followed, I could hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. That's when I saw it. A shadow moved past my doorway, not just a shifting of the dim light, but a solid dark silhouette. It was small, about the height of a 6-year-old child, and it ran quickly from one side of the hallway to the other, heading toward the kitchen. It wasn't just a trick of the light or my imagination. It had substance. It moved deliberately, and worst of all, I could hear the soft padding of feet as it ran. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I just sat there, clutching my phone so hard my knuckles turned white, staring at the empty doorway where the shadow child had passed. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I heard that chair in the kitchen move again, just once, like someone small had climbed onto it. I didn't investigate this time. I couldn't bring myself to leave the relative safety of my bed. I turned on every light I could reach from my bed, pulled Jinx out from his hiding place and held him close until morning, though he remained tense and alert the entire time. When daylight finally came, I checked the kitchen. One chair was pulled out from the table in a position neither Jinx nor I could have left it in. I've tried researching the history of this building since then. Apparently, there was a fire in the early 1930s when it was a boarding house and several people died, including 2 children. The building was renovated after that and converted into apartments in the 1950s, but people have reported strange occurrences ever since. Some nights I still hear the silverware or footsteps. Sometimes objects still move on their own. But I haven't seen the shadow child again, though I often feel like I'm being watched by small, unseen eyes. I'm looking for a new place, but rental prices are insane right now, and I'm stuck in my lease for another 4 months. I don't know if my apartment has some kind of portal, or if something has attached itself to me, but it's getting stronger, more physical. What started as objects falling has become an actual manifestation, and I'm terrified of what might happen next. Story 16. I've been a trauma ICU nurse for almost 7 years now. You'd think after that long I'd be desensitized to death, that it would just become another part of the job. And for the most part, it had. Until 3 months ago. I work at Metropolitan Memorial, one of the biggest hospitals in the city. We get the worst cases, multi-vehicle accidents, gunshot wounds, industrial accidents, you name it. That night, I was working with Melissa, who's been at it even longer than me, probably going on 11 years now. We've seen a lot together, handled the most gruesome situations you can imagine, and we've developed that dark humor that helps you cope with trauma work. It was a Thursday night in January, around 2 in the morning. The winter had been brutal, and we'd had freezing rain earlier that night. The emergency department had been slammed with car accidents and slip and falls, but things had finally quieted down in our unit. We had 6 patients, all critical but stable for the moment. Then the call came from the ED about an incoming trauma, a 40-something woman involved in a train accident. Apparently, she had slipped on the icy platform and fallen between the train and the platform edge just as the train was pulling away. The paramedics had managed to stabilize her on site, but she'd lost a massive amount of blood and had suffered crushing injuries to her lower abdomen and legs. When they wheeled her in, I remember thinking she looked so ordinary, like someone's mom who'd just been heading home after work. Dark hair streaked with grey, simple gold wedding band, sensible shoes, still somehow on her feet despite the trauma. Her name was Catherine Moore. The trauma team worked on her for hours. The surgeons did everything they could, but by 5:30 in the morning, it was clear she wasn't going to make it. Her blood pressure kept bottoming out despite maximum pressors. Her organs were shutting down one by one. The attending finally called it at 5:47. Melissa and I exchanged that look we always do when we lose one. Part resignation, part sadness. No matter how many times it happens, there's always that moment of failure that washes over you. This woman had probably left her house that morning, never imagining she wouldn't come home again. After the doctors left, Melissa and I started the post-mortem care. The room was quiet except for the hum of equipment we were gradually turning off. Our unit is on the 9th floor with these massive windows that span almost the entire wall. At night, they reflect the room like mirrors against the darkness outside, with the city lights twinkling in the background. I was on the right side of the bed, Melissa on the left. We'd done this routine countless times, washing the body, removing lines and tubes, placing identification tags. I'd just finished cleaning some dried blood from her arm when I reached for the toe tag. That's when I saw it in the window reflection. At first, I thought my tired brain was playing tricks on me. In the glass, I could see Melissa and myself clearly, the bed between us with Catherine's body. But there was something else, someone else, standing between us at the foot of the bed. A woman, her shoulders hunched and shaking slightly, as if she was crying. I could make out dark hair with streaks of grey. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes. This couldn't be happening. I'm not the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm a medical professional. I deal in facts, in things I can see and measure. "Hey, are you okay?" Melissa asked, noticing me frozen in place. "You look like you've seen a..." She didn't finish the sentence because at that moment, her eyes drifted to the reflection in the window too. I watched her face change, her expression shifting from concern to confusion to something like fear. "Do you see that?" I whispered, barely able to get the words out. Melissa nodded slowly, her eyes fixed on the window. "There's someone," she started, then trailed off. We both stood completely still. In the reflection, this figure, this woman who looked so much like our patient, continued to stand there, her shoulders moving with silent sobs. I could even make out what looked like the hospital gown we'd dressed her in after the surgery. Instinctively, we both turned to look at the actual foot of the bed. There was nothing there, just empty space between us and the equipment pushed against the wall. When we looked back at the window, the reflection was gone. Just Melissa and me, staring wide-eyed at our own pale faces in the glass. For several minutes, neither of us spoke. What could we possibly say? We'd both seen it. This wasn't just exhaustion or one person's imagination. "We need to take a break," Melissa finally said, her voice uncharacteristically shaky. In all our years working together, I'd never seen her rattled like this. We left the room, finding our way to the staff lounge, where we both collapsed onto the worn couch. My hands were trembling as I tried to pour coffee from the pot that had been sitting there since midnight. "What the hell was that?" I finally asked, not really expecting an answer. Melissa shook her head. "I don't know. I really don't know." She'd always been the most level-headed person I knew, someone who laughed at nurses who claimed to have seen or felt strange things in the hospital. Yet here she was, visibly shaken. "It looked like her. Like Catherine," I said, the words feeling strange in my mouth. "It did," Melissa agreed quietly. "Like she was standing there, crying. Over her own body." The thought made me shiver despite the warmth of the coffee cup in my hands. We sat in silence for a few minutes, both trying to process what we'd experienced. I kept replaying it in my mind, trying to find some logical explanation. A reflection of something else in the room? A trick of the light? But nothing made sense. We'd both seen the same thing at the same time. "We should go back and finish," Melissa finally said. "The morgue transport will be up soon." I nodded, though the thought of returning to that room made my stomach knot. We got up and walked back, neither of us mentioning what we'd seen again, as if by not talking about it we could somehow make it less real. The room was exactly as we'd left it. Catherine's body lay still on the bed, the monitors dark and silent. The window reflected only Melissa and me as we moved around the bed, completing our tasks with mechanical precision. No third figure appeared. As we worked, I found myself thinking about Catherine more. Who was waiting for her at home? Who would get that devastating phone call in a few hours? Did she have children? Parents still living? We knew nothing about her except her name, age, and the brutal way her life had ended. I placed the toe tag on her with hands that weren't quite steady. Melissa was finishing the paperwork when I found myself drawn back to the window. The sky was beginning to lighten just slightly, the first hint of dawn breaking over the city skyline. "Do you think—" I started, then stopped myself. It sounded crazy, even in my head. "What?" Melissa looked up from the chart. "Do you think she was saying goodbye, or that she was upset about leaving?" Melissa didn't answer right away. She capped her pen and set the chart down. "I don't know. I've been doing this job for a long time, and I've never experienced anything like that before." "Me neither," I admitted, "and I'm not even sure I believe in, spirits or whatever. But we both saw something." "We did," she agreed. "And whatever it was, It felt sad, like grief personified. The transport team arrived 10 minutes later to take Catherine's body to the morgue. As they wheeled her out, I found myself watching the windows again, half expecting to see her reflection following the stretcher, but there was nothing. The rest of our shift passed in a blur. We got 2 more admissions before 7, keeping us busy enough that we didn't have time to dwell on what had happened. When morning staff arrived, we gave report as usual, not mentioning our experience to anyone else. As we were collecting our things to leave, Melissa stopped me in the locker room. "Are you okay?" she asked quietly. I nodded, though I wasn't entirely sure it was true. "Are you?" "I think so." She zipped up her jacket. "Listen, what happened in there? I don't have an explanation for it, but I know what I saw." "I know what I saw too," I said, "and it was the same thing you saw." We walked out together into the cold morning air, both lost in our own thoughts. The world felt slightly different, as if the boundaries I'd always taken for granted had somehow shifted. It's been 3 months, and I still work the night shift in the trauma ICU. Melissa and I never really talk about what happened that night, but sometimes I'll catch her glancing at the windows when we're doing post-mortem care, and I know she's thinking about it too. I've never been a spiritual person. I deal with life and death in their most physical forms every day. But that night changed something in me. I don't have an explanation for what we saw in that window. The grieving figure of a woman who had just died on our table. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, tried to rationalize it, tried to convince myself it was just exhaustion or stress or grief of our own. But I know what I saw. We both do. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the city lights reflect against the darkness, I find myself looking a little more carefully at the windows, wondering if there are things moving between this world and whatever comes next that we just don't understand. Story 17. I still get chills thinking about what happened last month at Westbrook Community Hospital. I'm not one to believe in the supernatural. I've always been pretty skeptical about ghost stories, but what I experienced that day changed everything for me. My buddy Mike had been admitted after breaking his leg in a farming accident. Nothing too serious, but they wanted to keep him overnight to monitor some swelling. I drove out to visit him after work on a Tuesday. It was around 7 in the evening. When I arrived, and the hospital had that quiet, eerie feeling that settles in after visiting hours start winding down. I found Mike's room easily enough. He was in good spirits despite the pain, making jokes about how he'd finally get a break from harvest season. We chatted for about an hour before I needed to use the bathroom. Mike pointed vaguely down the hall and said there should be one nearby. When I stepped out into the corridor, I noticed how dimly lit it was. Some of the overhead fluorescents were flickering slightly, creating this weird, pulsing shadow effect on the walls. I asked a passing nurse where I could find a restroom, and she directed me to go down the hall and take a right. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever. You know that feeling when you're alone in a public place and it suddenly feels way too quiet? That's exactly what I experienced. The only sounds were the soft beeping of machines behind closed doors and the squeak of my sneakers against the polished floor. As I approached the corner where I needed to turn right, I felt a sudden drop in temperature. It was noticeable enough that I actually rubbed my arms. Nebraska gets cold, sure, but this was different, like walking through a pocket of winter air indoors. That's when I saw her. An elderly woman in a pale blue hospital gown sat in a wheelchair just around the corner. She had thin white hair pulled back in a loose bun, and her hands, I remember how bony and frail they looked, were struggling with the doorknob to one of the rooms. Room 217, I think. Something about her posture seemed desperate, like she urgently needed to get inside. My first instinct was to help her, but before I could call out or move toward her, I felt this intense burning sensation in the pit of my stomach. It wasn't pain exactly, more like a warning. Every hair on my arm stood up, and I had this overwhelming feeling that something was very, very wrong. The woman must have sensed me there because she slowly turned her head in my direction. Her face, God, I still see it when I close my eyes sometimes. It wasn't monstrous or deformed or anything Hollywood would dream up. It was just empty, hollow. Her eyes were sunken and dark, and her skin had this grayish tint that made her look more like a photograph than a person. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. Then she raised one of those bony hands and beckoned to me. That burning sensation in my stomach intensified to the point where I actually took a step backward. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get away from her. I'm not proud of it, but I turned around and started walking quickly back the way I came. After a few steps, curiosity got the better of me, and I glanced back over my shoulder. She was gone. The hallway was completely empty. Now, I'm a pretty rational guy. My first thought was that she must have finally gotten the door open and wheeled herself into the room. But something didn't add up. I had only looked away for a second or two. There's no way an elderly woman in a wheelchair could move that quickly and silently. I stood there for a moment, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Part of me wanted to check the room to see if she was okay, but that warning feeling hadn't subsided. I decided to find another bathroom instead. When I got back to Mike's room, he was chatting with a nurse, Sarah, according to her name tag, who was checking his vitals. I must have looked shaken because she asked if I was feeling all right. I just saw an old woman in a wheelchair trying to get into a room down the hall, I said, still trying to rationalize what I'd seen. She disappeared pretty quickly, though. The nurse's face changed immediately. The casual smile she'd been wearing dropped away, and she actually paled a bit. She exchanged a look with Mike, who seemed confused. "What did she look like?" Sarah asked, her voice noticeably quieter. I described the woman, the blue gown, the white hair, the wheelchair, and the room she was trying to enter. Sarah set down Mike's chart and sat on the edge of his bed. "That's our resident ghost," she said, trying to sound casual but not quite pulling it off. "Most of the staff have seen her at one point or another." I laughed nervously, thinking she was joking, but Sarah wasn't smiling. "Her name was Martha Winters," she continued. "She died in that room about 15 years ago. Cancer. She was waiting for her son to visit her. He lived out of state and promised he'd come see her. He never made it in time." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the hospital's air conditioning. "You're serious?" Sarah nodded. "Ask anyone who works here. We all know about Martha." As if on cue, another nurse poked her head in the door. "Everything okay in here?" she asked, noticing our serious expressions. "Elijah just met Martha," Sarah explained. The new nurse, Diane, came fully into the room, her eyes wide. "You saw her? The woman in the blue wheelchair?" Before I knew it, there were 5 hospital staff members in Mike's room, all sharing their own experiences with Martha's ghost. One of the janitors had seen her multiple times in the hallway. An orderly had heard wheelchair wheels squeaking when no one was there. A night nurse claimed the call button for that room would ring sometimes, even when it was unoccupied. But it was what the older nurse Diane shared that really got to me. She'd been working at the hospital for over 20 years and had actually known Martha when she was alive. "About 5 years after she passed," Diane said, lowering her voice even though we were all leaning in to listen, "we had a patient in that same room, a young woman recovering from surgery. In the middle of the night, she pressed her call button, completely hysterical. When I got there, she said an old woman in a wheelchair had grabbed her arm and asked for help retrieving some flowers from her room. The patient thought it was another patient who had wandered in by mistake, but when I checked the hallway, there was no one there, no wheelchair, nothing." "What happened to her son?" I asked, feeling a deep sadness for this woman I'd never really met. Diane sighed. "He showed up 2 days after she died, completely devastated. Apparently his flight had been delayed due to weather, and then he had car trouble on the drive from the airport. By the time he got here, it was too late. He brought a huge bouquet of yellow roses. They were her favorite. We all sat in silence for a moment, absorbing the story. Even Mike, who'd been making jokes about his leg all evening, looked solemn. "She's not harmful," Sarah added after a while. "Just waiting. Always waiting for her son to come visit her." The conversation eventually shifted to other hospital ghost stories, but I couldn't stop thinking about Martha. The way she had reached out to me, the desperation in her posture as she tried to enter that room, her room, where she had spent her final days waiting for someone who never arrived. What struck me most about that evening wasn't just the supernatural encounter itself, but the way it brought everyone together. For those 20 minutes or so, we weren't strangers. We were a group of people united by a shared understanding of something beyond ordinary experience. The nurses, the janitor, the orderly, Mike and me, we all felt connected by Martha's story. When visiting hours ended, I said goodbye to Mike and headed for the exit. As I passed the hallway where I'd seen Martha, I couldn't help but slow down and glance in that direction. The corridor was empty and quiet, but I swear the temperature dropped just slightly as I walked by. I've been back to the hospital twice since then to visit Mike before his discharge. Each time, I've felt drawn to that hallway, to room 217. I haven't seen Martha again, but sometimes I think I can hear the faint squeak of wheelchair wheels when no one's around. The strangest part is that I don't feel afraid anymore. Instead, I feel this profound sadness for her, forever waiting in that hospital for a reunion that never happened. Sometimes I wonder if her son knows that his mother is still there, still waiting for him after all these years. I asked one of the nurses if anyone had ever tried to tell Martha's son about the sightings, but apparently he never left any contact information after his visit. He came, grieved, and disappeared, unaware that his mother's spirit hadn't moved on. I'm not religious or particularly spiritual, but I do hope that someday Martha finds peace. Until then, she remains in that hallway, a poignant reminder of promises unfulfilled and the powerful connections that bind us to the people we love. Connections that, in her case, seem strong enough to transcend even death itself. I still don't know what I believe about ghosts or the afterlife, but I know what I saw that day in Westbrook Community Hospital. And whenever I drive past that building now, I can't help but glance up at the windows, wondering if Martha is still there, still waiting, her sad eyes watching for a visitor who will never arrive. Story 18. I've been debating whether to post this for weeks now. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened, and honestly, I'm not sure I ever will. I've never believed in the paranormal before this, but what I experienced a month ago in my apartment in Ridgefield has completely shattered my worldview. It was a Tuesday evening in October around 9 o'clock. My roommates, Jake and Tyler, were both out, Jake at his night class and Tyler working late at the restaurant. I had the apartment to myself, which wasn't unusual. I was watching some mindless YouTube videos on my laptop, just killing time before bed. I got up to use the bathroom, which is right off the hallway between our bedrooms. Nothing fancy, just a small bathroom with a shower tub, combo, toilet and sink, with a medicine cabinet mirror above it. There's a single light fixture in the ceiling that casts this yellowish glow over everything. I pushed the door open and flicked on the light. Everything looked normal. The blue shower curtain was pulled closed, my toothbrush was in its holder, and the bath towels were hanging on hooks on the back of the door. I didn't think anything was off until I noticed one of the towels swaying slightly, as if someone had just brushed past it. At first, I figured it was just the air current from me opening the door, but it moved in a way that felt deliberate, like someone had physically touched it. I remember pausing for a second, staring at the towel, waiting to see if it would move again. It didn't. I shrugged it off and went about my business. While washing my hands, I caught my reflection in the mirror and noticed the dark circles under my eyes. I'd been staying up too late working on a project for my graphic design job, I splashed some cold water on my face, trying to wake myself up a bit. As I was drying my hands, I remembered an article I'd read earlier that day about shadow people. It was just some random internet rabbit hole I'd fallen down during my lunch break. You know how it goes. The article talked about how some people claim to see dark, human-shaped figures in their peripheral vision or in poorly lit areas. Most accounts describe them as two-dimensional silhouettes that disappear when you try to look directly at them. I don't know what possessed me to do what I did next. Curiosity, I guess. Or maybe some weird impulse that I still can't explain. I stepped into the doorway of the bathroom, my hand on the light switch, and thought, what if? I flicked the light off. The bathroom wasn't completely dark. There was some ambient light coming from the hallway behind me, casting my shadow into the room. I stood there for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the dimness, not really expecting anything. That's when I saw it. In the center of the bathroom, between the toilet and the shower, was the silhouette of a person. Not my shadow. I was standing in the doorway, and my shadow was stretching out in front of me. This was something else. Someone else. It was perfectly still, just a black, featureless silhouette, darker than the surrounding darkness, human-shaped, about my height, just standing there. I froze. My heart jumped into my throat, and for a second I couldn't breathe. I convinced myself I was seeing things, that my eyes were playing tricks on me in the dark. I quickly flipped the light back on. The bathroom was empty. My hands were shaking. I felt cold sweat breaking out across my forehead and back. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that I was tired, and my mind was just creating patterns in the darkness. Shadow people weren't real. I'd just read about them, and now my brain was making me see things that weren't there, but I had to know for sure. I stood in the doorway again, my finger hovering over the light switch. I took a deep breath and turned off the light. It was still there, but now it was different. The figure had moved. It was closer to the shower now, and its arms were raised above its head in this twisted, unnatural position, like it was reaching for something, or like its arms had been broken and bent at impossible angles. I can't explain the terror that washed over me in that moment. It was primal. Every hair on my body stood on end, and my stomach twisted into a tight knot. The air felt thick and heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. And even though the silhouette had no face, no eyes that I could see, I knew it was looking at me. I could feel its attention focused on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I don't remember consciously deciding to run. 1 second I was standing there, paralyzed with fear, and the next I was bolting through the apartment. I didn't grab my coat or my keys or even put on shoes. I just ran. I didn't stop until I reached the small park about 2 blocks from my building. My feet were freezing on the cold ground, and I was wearing just a t-shirt and sweatpants. I collapsed onto a bench, my chest heaving, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. The park was deserted. It was a cold October night, probably around 40 degrees, and no one else was crazy enough to be out there without proper clothing. I sat there, hugging myself for warmth, trying to calm down enough to think rationally. What had I actually seen? Was it just my imagination, a trick of the light and shadows, or was there really something in my bathroom? I sat on that bench for what felt like hours. Though my phone later told me it was only about 45 minutes, I couldn't stop shaking, partly from the cold, but mostly from fear. The image of that silhouette with its arms raised in that horrible position kept flashing in my mind. Eventually, I realized I couldn't stay in the park all night. I had no money, no phone charger, and I was starting to lose feeling in my toes. I had to go back to the apartment. The thought made my stomach lurch. What if that thing was still there? What if it had moved beyond the bathroom? What if it was waiting for me? I checked my phone. It was almost 10:30. Tyler usually got off work at 11, which meant he'd be home around 11:15. If I timed it right, I could meet him outside our building and walk in with him. I wouldn't have to go in alone. But that meant waiting another 45 minutes in the freezing cold. I started walking around the park to keep my blood flowing, my mind racing the entire time. What was that thing? What did it want? Why was it in my bathroom of all places? Had it always been there and I just never noticed? Or had it somehow followed me home? The more I thought about it, the more questions I had and the more terrified I became. By the time 11 o'clock rolled around, I was a nervous wreck, pacing near the entrance to our apartment building, waiting for Tyler. At 11:20, I spotted him walking up the street, still in his server uniform. I tried to act casual, like I'd just been out for an evening walk, but I must have looked as shaken as I felt, because the first thing he said was, "Dude, are you okay? Where are your shoes?" I mumbled something about forgetting them, about needing some fresh air. He gave me a weird look, but didn't press it. We walked into the building together, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Whatever had happened, at least I wasn't alone anymore. When we got to our apartment, I hesitated at the door, letting Tyler go in first. Everything looked normal. No shadow figures lurking in the corners, no sense of anything being off. Just our familiar, slightly messy apartment. But I couldn't bring myself to use that bathroom. I waited until Tyler went to his room, then used the kitchen sink to brush my teeth. I slept with my desk lamp on that night, and the next day I started using the bathroom at the coffee shop down the street whenever possible. It's been a month now, and I still haven't told anyone what I saw. How do you even begin to explain something like that without sounding completely insane? I've been using our bathroom again, but only during the day, and I never, ever turn off the light while I'm in there. Sometimes I think about trying the experiment again, standing in the doorway, turning off the light, seeing if it's still there. But the thought alone is enough to make my heart race and my palms sweat. I can't do it. I'm too afraid of what I might see. I don't know what was in my bathroom that night. I don't know if it's still there, waiting in the darkness. All I know is that I saw something that shouldn't exist, something that has made me question everything I thought I knew about reality. And the worst part, sometimes, late at night when I'm lying in bed trying to fall asleep, I swear I can hear something moving around in the bathroom. The soft rustle of the shower curtain, the slight creak of the medicine cabinet, and sometimes, just sometimes, I think I can feel it watching me through the wall that separates my bedroom from that bathroom. I don't know what to do. I can't move out. I can't afford it. I can't tell my roommates. They'll think I've lost my mind. And I can't keep living like this, jumping at shadows and avoiding my own bathroom. So I'm posting this here, hoping that someone, anyone, might have experienced something similar, that someone might have answers, or at least reassurance that I'm not going crazy. Because if what I saw was real, if there really was something in my bathroom that night, then what else is out there in the darkness, watching and waiting for us to notice it? Story 19. I've been debating whether to post this for weeks. I'm not normally the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what happened in that house? I still can't explain it. Maybe writing it all down will help me process it, or maybe someone here has experienced something similar. About 8 months ago, I moved into this old Victorian duplex with 2 roommates, Jen and Mike. The rent was surprisingly affordable for such a beautiful place. High ceilings, ornate moldings, those classic bay windows. The landlord seemed eager to rent it out, which should have been my first red flag. But I was desperate to find a place, and the location was perfect. From the moment I walked in to check the place out, something felt off. Not immediately threatening, but like walking into a room where people had just been arguing before you arrived, that lingering tension in the air. I brushed it off as nerves about the move. The landlord, this older guy named Frank, gave us a quick tour. He seemed to rush through certain areas, particularly the living and dining rooms. When I asked about these large, dark stains on the hardwood floors, he just muttered something about old houses and how he'd tried everything to restore them. They were these ugly, almost black patches that no amount of lighting seemed to brighten. one in the living room near the window, and a larger one that spread across part of the dining room floor. We moved in on a Saturday. The first night, I couldn't sleep. It wasn't noise keeping me up. The house was dead silent, eerily so. It was this persistent feeling of being observed, like when you're alone in a public bathroom and suddenly get the sense someone's watching you through the mirror. The kitchen quickly became the worst spot. There was this specific area, right where you'd stand to cook at the stove, where the hair on my arms would stand up every single time. The spot was directly above where that dining room stain was on the floor below. I'd be making dinner and suddenly feel this intense stare boring into the back of my head. I'd turn around, heart racing, only to find an empty room. After about 2 weeks of this, I was barely sleeping and jumping at every creak. I didn't want to seem crazy to my roommates, but one night over beers, Mike mentioned feeling weird vibes in the kitchen too. Jen admitted she'd been sleeping with her light on because she kept thinking she saw movement in the hallway outside her door. I started researching online and found this advice about acknowledging spirits or entities, setting boundaries while not being confrontational. It sounded ridiculous, but I was desperate. So one morning, alone in the house, I stood in the kitchen and spoke out loud. "I know you're here. We're not here to disturb you. This is your home too, but please respect our space. We mean no harm." I felt absolutely stupid talking to empty air, but the strangest thing happened. The oppressive feeling lifted slightly, like opening a window in a stuffy room. Not gone, but less intense. For a few days. Then things started happening that couldn't be explained away by old house noises or overactive imaginations. We'd put up some Christmas lights around the living room archway, just simple white string lights. One evening, while we were all watching a movie, the lights started swaying. Not just a slight movement, they were swinging in an arc, like someone was repeatedly pushing them. There was no draft, no open windows, nothing that could explain it. We all froze, watching them swing for nearly a minute before they gradually stopped. The footsteps started next, always at night, always on the second floor when everyone was accounted for downstairs. Heavy steps that would pace from the bathroom to the stairs and back again. Sometimes they'd stop at the top of the stairs, like someone was standing there looking down at us. Then the voices. I heard them first, faint whispers that I couldn't quite make out. Then one night, while I was doing dishes clear as day, a young girl's voice right behind me asked, "Where did they go?" I dropped a plate and spun around to an empty kitchen. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. When I told my roommates, Jen admitted she'd heard someone asking, "Can you see me?" while she was in the shower. Mike was the skeptic until his hula hoop, he did it as a hobby, jumped off the wall hook it was hanging on while his friend was over. They both saw it fly across the room like someone had grabbed and thrown it. But the light fixture, that's what convinced us all this wasn't just our imaginations. We were having dinner, all three of us plus 2 friends who were visiting. The overhead light in the kitchen suddenly started swinging. We all looked up, making nervous jokes about our roommate acting up again. Then there was this loud crack, and the entire fixture, this heavy glass dome, detached from the ceiling and shattered on the dining room table. Right on top of that dark stain on the floor below. Glass went everywhere. We all had cuts on our arms, but miraculously nothing serious. If any of us had been standing, it would have hit someone directly on the head. That night, after our friends left, they were pretty freaked out and made excuses to leave early. We sat in the living room with all the lights on, trying to make sense of what happened. I finally shared what I'd been sensing for weeks, that whatever was in the house seemed centered around those stains, and that I had the distinct impression it was a young girl, maybe 11 or 12, with blonde hair in some kind of sailor-style outfit, like from the early 1900s. I'd never seen her, not exactly, but in moments when the presence felt strongest, this image would flash in my mind, and overwhelming feelings of fear and confusion would wash over me. Not my fear, but hers. Like she died terrified and confused, and that energy was stuck on repeat. The activity ramped up after the light fixture incident. The Christmas lights didn't just sway anymore, they would violently lift upward, as if someone was trying to pull them off the wall. Objects would go missing and reappear in strange places. My hairbrush ended up in the freezer. Mike's keys were found hanging from the chandelier in the dining room. I started having nightmares about smoke and screaming. I'd wake up gasping for air, feeling like I couldn't breathe. One night I woke up to what felt like someone sitting on the edge of my bed, the mattress clearly depressed under a weight. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. After what felt like forever, the weight lifted, and I heard what sounded like bare feet padding across my floor and through my closed door. That was my breaking point. The next day, I put a line of salt across my bedroom doorway, something I'd read about online. I felt ridiculous doing it, but that night was the first time in months I slept through until morning. Whatever it was, it seemed to respect that boundary. Jen and Mike followed suit, and suddenly the activity was contained to the common areas. We could handle that. We'd acknowledge her presence when entering rooms, saying good morning or good night. The incidents became less threatening, more like the pranks of a child seeking attention. A few weeks later, I ran into our next-door neighbor, an older woman who'd lived in the other half of the duplex for decades. Making casual conversation, I mentioned we were still settling into the old house with all its quirks. She gave me this long look and asked if we'd had any unusual experiences. Something in her tone told me she knew exactly what I was dealing with. She told me the house had suffered a significant fire around 1910. Most of the structure was saved, but there had been a fatality. A young girl who'd been trapped in what was now our dining room and kitchen area. The family had been hosting a birthday party, and she'd been wearing her best outfit, a sailor dress that was popular for children back then. The neighbor showed me an old newspaper clipping she'd kept about the neighborhood's history. There it was in black and white, a story about the fire, with a small photograph of the house and the family who'd lived there. In the front row stood a small blonde girl in a sailor dress. The dark stains we couldn't remove from the floors. Burn marks from where the fire had been most intense. I've since moved out of that house. I couldn't handle the constant presence, even after we'd reached our uneasy truce. Mike and Jen are still there, apparently coexisting with our extra roommate without major incidents. They've even given her a nickname, Sailor, and say good morning to her each day. Sometimes I wonder if acknowledging her helped, if she just wanted someone to remember what happened to her. I'm not sure I believe in ghosts even now, but I can't explain what happened in that house. Those stains on the floor weren't just old damage, they were marking the spot where a terrified young girl lost her life, and somehow her fear and confusion remained. Trapped in that space between the dining room and kitchen, replaying over and over for over 100 years. I still have nightmares about smoke and screaming. Sometimes I wake up feeling like someone's sitting on the edge of my bed, even in my new apartment. And occasionally, when I'm alone in the kitchen, I'll feel that familiar sensation of being watched, and I'll say, out of habit now, "Good morning, sailor," before going about my day. Story 20. I've never really talked about this outside my immediate family, but I need to get this off my chest because it's been affecting me for years now. I come from what you'd call a sensitive family. We've always had weird experiences that most people wouldn't believe. My mum's house in Willow Creek is where most of it started, at least as far as I can remember. My brother got the worst of it growing up. His bedroom was downstairs, and whatever was in that house seemed to target him specifically. I'm not talking about creaky floorboards or pipes making noise. I mean doors slamming so hard the whole house would shake, lights turning on and off by themselves, and the scariest part, voices. He'd hear them all through the night, whispering things we couldn't quite make out. Sometimes these things would happen when nobody was even home, which ruled out any rational explanation my skeptic friends tried to offer. I also had a bedroom downstairs, and when my brother finally moved out, I was terrified that whatever tormented him would come for me next. The weird thing is, it mostly left me alone. I'd have really strange dreams sometimes, and occasionally I'd hear my name being called when nobody was around, but nothing like what my brother went through. It's like the entity knew I was scared enough, just witnessing what happened to him. Then, when I turned 18 and was packing to move out, something happened that I still can't explain. There was this mirror that had been hanging in the hallway for 13 years. 13 years without so much as wobbling. The day I was moving my last boxes out, that mirror suddenly crashed to the floor and shattered into pieces. Nobody was near it. No trucks driving by causing vibrations. Nothing. It was like whatever was in that house was marking my departure, letting me know it recognized I was leaving. I thought that was the end of it. I really did. I moved away and tried to forget about all the weird stuff. But then, my brother hit a rough patch financially and had to move back home with my parents. That's when things got so much worse. The activity ramped up to levels we'd never seen before. Even my dad, who had always been the skeptic in the family, couldn't deny it anymore after what happened with the George Foreman grill. My mom is one of those super careful people who triple checks that everything is turned off and unplugged before going to bed. It's almost obsessive how thorough she is. One night, everyone woke up to this burning smell. They rushed downstairs to find the George Foreman grill turned on, heating up with a whole loaf of bread, still in its plastic wrapper, melting on top of it. The grill had been unplugged and stored in a cabinet. Someone or something had taken it out, plugged it in, turned it on, and put the bread on it. That was the turning point for my dad. He couldn't explain that away, and it scared him badly. We're talking about a man who spent decades dismissing our experiences, suddenly faced with evidence he couldn't rationalize. My brother and his girlfriend had the most direct experience, though. They were home alone one evening, just watching TV in the living room, when they started hearing doors opening and closing throughout the house. My brother's dog, normally the sweetest animal you'd ever meet, started growling at nothing, staring intently at the empty hallway. What happened next makes my skin crawl even thinking about it. Whatever invisible thing was there in that hallway actually growled back at the dog, not like an echo or something my brother or his girlfriend could have made. This was a deep, guttural sound that seemed to come from thin air. The dog went absolutely berserk, barking and trying to hide at the same time. By this point, I was living in California, thinking I'd escaped whatever was haunting my family. I was wrong. It followed me. Or maybe it was always with me. I started experiencing my own incidents. The door to my dryer would slam repeatedly when I was home alone. One day, my vacuum cleaner was literally thrown across the room while I was in another part of the house. And a ceiling light fixture, one that had been securely installed by professionals, suddenly fell as if someone had grabbed it and tossed it down. It narrowly missed my head. I was getting desperate for answers, so I bought a spirit box, one of those devices that rapidly scans radio frequencies that spirits can supposedly manipulate to communicate. I never really believed in those things before, but I was willing to try anything. What happened during that session still gives me nightmares. A voice came through clearer than I expected, saying it was attached to my husband and feeding off him. My blood ran cold. It knew things it shouldn't have known, like my aunt's name, who had passed away years earlier. Then it mentioned a necklace I'd been looking for, one that had disappeared months before. It told me exactly where it was, and sure enough, I found it right where the voice said it would be. That night, after the spirit box session, I was lying in bed trying to sleep when I heard someone yelling my name from outside my window. It was so loud and clear that I thought maybe a neighbor needed help. I got up and looked outside, but there was no one there, just empty streets and darkness. Last summer, I went back to visit my family in Willow Creek. I thought maybe Whatever was happening was tied to the house, not to us. I was wrong about that too. On my first night there, I was alone in the kitchen getting a glass of water around midnight when I heard whistling coming from the living room. It wasn't just random whistling, it was a tune, deliberate and controlled. I froze, afraid to look, but eventually forced myself to peek around the corner. The living room was empty, but as I stood there, the light switched on by itself. Not flickered, turned fully on, as if someone had flipped the switch. Throughout that visit, little things kept happening. Objects would be moved from where we left them. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. That constant feeling of being watched never went away. After talking with my mom and brother, we've come to believe that whatever this is, it's not attached to the house in Willow Creek. It's attached to us, to our bloodline somehow. It follows us wherever we go. My brother has since moved to Oregon, and he still experiences things in his new home. I'm back in California, and it's still with me too. What scares me most is that it seems to be getting stronger, more bold in how it manifests. When we were kids, it was mostly noises and moving objects. Now, it's manipulating electronics, communicating directly, and seemingly able to move between family members across thousands of miles. Last month, I was home alone while my husband was on a business trip. I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of heavy breathing right next to my ear. I could feel the warmth of it on my skin, but when I turned the light on, there was nothing there. I tried to record it the next night, setting up my phone to capture any sounds, but when I played back the recording, there was just static during the exact minutes when I heard the breathing again. I've tried sage, salt lines, prayers, having the house blessed. Nothing seems to work permanently. It might go quiet for a few weeks, but it always comes back. The hardest part is not knowing what it wants from us. Why has it targeted my family for so long? Why was my brother its main focus for years, only to shift to seemingly all of us now? Is it one entity or several? These questions keep me up at night. My husband thinks we should see a medium or someone who specializes in this kind of thing, but I'm afraid of giving it more attention or possibly making it angry. At the same time, I can't keep living like this, wondering when the next incident will happen or how much worse it might get. Yesterday, I was washing dishes when I distinctly heard my brother's voice call my name from the living room. The problem? My brother was still in Oregon, thousands of miles away. When I called him later that day, he told me he'd experienced something too. He'd heard my voice calling him from outside his bedroom. Same day, same time. I don't know what to do anymore. Whatever this is, it's been with us for decades now, and it shows no signs of leaving. Sometimes I wonder if it'll follow us for the rest of our lives, or worse, if it'll eventually move on to my children if I ever have any. That thought terrifies me more than anything else.